this! No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Good morning, and here we go with day 2 of Bassmaster Live, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 104 anglers out there today, and today, very important, you're gunning for only 50 spots to move on and fish into the weekend. And Mark Zona, from what we saw yesterday, compared to last week, if you didn't get to join, if you're an angler didn't get to join the party last week, you feel a sense of urgency today, but everything is so much tighter when we look at that leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot more condensed weights in this tournament this time around, Tommy. And for the best way to put it, yesterday was a little bit grimier than a lot of anglers made the comment, man, they thought they were coming. The big females flooding the bank here on Lake Seminole, that really has not been the case. But the one thing to be said, rookie Will Davis Jr. from, well, he is a Coosa River doggone stud, Tommy. No lack of confidence said. He does feel they are coming to him.
Some of the scenes from Earl May Boat Basin there in our fantastic host city of Bainbridge, Georgia. There's our leaderboard to start our day, and Will Davis, the rookie, on top right there. Carl Jochimson, what a season he is having. A top 10, in fact, 6th place finish last week. Jonathan Kelly in his second year. Micah Frazier trying to have a better year than last year and successfully doing that so far here in 2023. Will Davis, though, the man of the hour, coming from the Bass Nation all the way into the top of the leaderboard, day number 2 here. So we are really anxious to hear what he thinks about today and tell us a little bit about what happened yesterday.
You know, the past week, you know, when we first got down here Monday and started practice, and after the first 2 days of practice, man, I was like, what is going on? Like, do I even need to be an Elite Series angler? You know, I just could not even catch them, you know. And Wednesday, last day of practice, I finally figured out a little deal. Then yesterday, my first 6 places I hit, I couldn't catch a fish, and I was like, this ain't good. So I had to, you know, change up, and finally, you know, figured out a little deal. So I'm just hoping that it plays today. You know, we had a stable night last night, so woke up this morning, walked outside, and I was like, you know, you can just feel it in the air. It was warm, so we got a new moon, so there's a lot of females trying to pull up, so it's going to be a very fun day.
Great tournament last week as well for Will Davis. That was down in Okeechobee. Now we come up out of the state of Florida to another legendary body of water, Lake Seminole. Mark Zona, a fraction of the size of Okeechobee, but boy, so many opportunities here.
No doubt about it, Tommy. Sanders taking a look at our takeoff there in Bainbridge, Georgia. Most of the anglers that we're going to be covering today making about that 20 to 23 mile run down around Spring Creek. Taking a look at, boy, your Angler of the Year leader right there, Carl Jochimson, with 2 amazing tournaments so far. Going to see a lot of similar situations with Carl today that we got to see on Championship Sunday with him last week. But going to start off this morning again, a lot of confidence. Will Davis Jr. said he has found an area where they are coming to, and when you find them, they're absolutely biting.
Old Bucky pissing. Up there and smoked it. Old 12-incher. Gotta put the best rejuvenate stuff in the world, Fish Life. The best stuff I've ever used.
21 pounds at 13 ounces yesterday for Will Davis to lead this tournament after 1 day of fishing and on the board earlier again today. That's a good sign. He'll want to get rid of that fish before it's over. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore at Such and Mark Zona. And guys, we looked at the leader, but you look at the top 10 all through last week, you'd see as much as 15 pounds separating the top 10. Now it's less than about half of that. separating all the way down to the cut line today. A lot of room to grow and a lot of big opportunities.
Yeah, if we thought there would be upper 20-pound bags, today might not be the day. Maybe we see that later in the event, day 2, 3, and 4 when it comes to Seminole. But, man, middle of the pack weights, 13 to 15 pounds, a lot of anglers did that. We're going to see a lot of flip-flopping in the leaderboard probably. But, Tommy, I'm super impressed. We've already had 4 rookies. This is the 6th day of competition this season. We've had 4 rookies on camera this year already, and I'm super impressed with Carl Jochimson, how great he's been and how consistent so far this year.
Well, Z, we mentioned it already. You know, it's going to be a lot tighter today. What do you overlying this whole thing is this potential for a big spawning event breaking loose here? Is that still in play in your mind?
Absolutely. I think we're still going to see guys like Drew Benton. Drew Benton said he's going to start on a 5 or 6 pounder. But the one thing we talked about in the pre-show that we did early this week together, guys, that this is going to sound a lot like Groundhog Day from Lake Okeechobee. The X factor in that tournament, really from days 2 to Championship Sunday, was Tyler Rivette forward-facing sonar in the Kissimmee River. We have an angler on camera, and we talked about this. If somebody got in Spring Creek on those deeper fish in flooded timber with their forward-facing sonar, they could do some damage. And we have an angler, Joey Cifuentes, who said that is exactly how I caught them on day 1. So, and here's what it's really done. It's added a very oddball mix to the first tournament, to the second tournament, and probably the rest of our career working together, said Tommy Sanders. So really keep your eye on Joey Cifuentes. The one thing he did say when Tyler Rivette was doing in the Kissimmee River, he was, for the most part, he was left alone. Joey Cifuentes said, oh no, I have other competitors doing it, and I lost a bunch of giants on day 1. So all eyes on him this morning.
Well, there you go. A whole nother dimension we're going to be paying attention to today. And Such, limits just about 98% of our field.
102 of 104 guys got limits. Average fish was 2 3/4 pounds, a big one. Matt Airy, Phoenix Boats Big Bass, 8 pounds, 1 ounce. There's a couple other near 7, Prosnick, and a couple other guys near 6. And I kind of nailed the 20 over bags. I said 6, there was 5.
Oh,
but
you
I
didn't know
I was
it,
kind of
then.
like
You
a Nelly, and he
kinda
big
know.
item.
Come on
See,
now.
he big item.
Z, anything else that we didn't get to see yesterday that you're looking forward to maybe playing today?
You know, really that one area, we don't have a camera on him this morning. We more than likely will. We'll have 10 cameras out with your leaders tomorrow. You'll be curious to see. I mean, Iaconelli came out of the gates firing yesterday, had an area not quite to himself. Really kind of keep your eye on Bass Track. If Iaconelli's able to duplicate the bag that he caught yesterday for the simple pet, I mean, he leaned up, basically stayed in that area all day long with a lot of other companies. So kind of keep your eye on Iaconelli early this morning on day 2.
One thing I'll say, Tommy, as well, how crazy the fact that Brandon Polinick, Buddy Gross, Brian New, and Brandon Lester are all worse than 90th. Never in the world would I would say that. And after day 1, that's the way it's sitting.
Absolutely
Crazy.
Unforeseen. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. There's the aforementioned Joey Cifuentes from Clinton, Arkansas, the rookie out here. Does a little ranching on the side, thus the hat, maybe, and other reasons as well. Drew Benton, we were in the boat with all yesterday. Some great moves by Drew Benton. Micah Frazier, not so great a season last year, changing that.
Yeah, and really kind of take a peek at a lot of the fish that were weighed in yesterday. A little bit surprised. There were a lot of post-spawn bass caught, Carl, with a couple big pre-spawners, but for the most part, across the board, a lot of fish were in post-spawn yesterday, and really looking at where a lot of our leader, you talk about that Joey Cifuentes, Tommy. I asked him, I said, on a cowboy scale, 1 to 10, where do you put yourself? He said, I'm about a 7. I said, where would you put Tommy and myself? He said, you don't even register, guys, which I'm not going to lie, it was a little bit hurtful. I took offense to that.
The truth does hurt quite often, as we find out each and every week out here, you and I.
Tommy, I do a little ranching on the side as well, but that's normally with my pizza.
Oh, I thought you just lived on Ranch Boulevard or something like that. Okay. Back out to our leader. And second place to start, Carl Jochimson from Australia, having his best season ever, headed for the Classic here in about a month.
Maybe bring us some luck. We've caught one little old fish, had one other bite. I just think this whole deal's a timing deal. There's so many boats out there on the main drag this morning, I couldn't fish it right out the gate. So I'm gonna come in here and knock around for a little bit, and then we're gonna go back out there and try it.
And kind of talk about the dynamic with Carl Jacobson and actually Kyle Welcher yesterday with a very solid bag. Kind of took all day long to get to the weight that Kyle Welcher had. Is those guys really kind of fishing inside of Iaconelli? Iaconelli was about a cast outside of them. So that little cove down the lake in the Flint definitely getting a lot of pressure. One of Carl's big ones came early there yesterday on day one.
Will Davis, a top 10 finish last week at Okeechobee. Carl Jacobson, top 10.
And looking at Carl throwing a swim jig of half-ounce Moloch swim jig with a 5-inch.
Yeah, it's been good to have a good start in Florida. It's been unreal. I've got to keep riding the momentum. It's a big deal in fishing, but you got to catch them today. It's all good catching them one day, but today's the real day that is difficult to get through for most when it comes to like Florida and keeping that bigger bag. But I'm just enjoying my fishing right now and excited, and just don't want this day to end. It's going to be fun. Try and get some big bites, keep the momentum going.
A 5-inch X-Zone swammer trailer, almost identical to what he threw on Lake Okeechobee, just different color. Said a lot of these fish were chasing big gizzard shad.
That was pretty cool. Just watched a pike come out and eat it, and I was able to shake it off. Oh, it's a ton of bait in there. Big one could eat that any second right in there.
Andrew Benton, Joey Cifuentes to our 4-box first of the day.
Yeah, we know, I mean, we'll see this on the right side of our screen. 2 rookies, Will Davis and Joey Cifuentes. We had Logan Latuso and Cooper Gallant at Okeechobee show up on camera. It's going to be a hotly contested Rookie of the Year race. And Joey Cifuentes is not necessarily a predominant rookie that you'd think about with 0 pro experience. He's just under that $500,000 career money threshold with B.A.S.S, and he has fished for years, you know, a couple years now as a touring pro, and was trained up by Larry Nixon, so I think he's got a pretty good mentor.
Lives just up the road from Bee Branch, Arkansas, and Clinton, Arkansas. Those two formed an alliance.
You know, one of the similarities with Cifuentes that we got to hear with Tyler Rivette last week, Cifuentes said when you would mark 2 or 3 on your forward-facing sonar, boy, they would get aggressive. Those individual fish were very hard to catch, and a lot of them on the bottom, predominantly throwing a drop shot almost all day yesterday. Was very, very optimistic that if we did get some sun, that some of these big, he's fishing in about 18 to 22 feet of water, was very optimistic that if we got sun, it could make some suspend where you can catch them on a jerkbait. Has not been the case so far in this tournament.
You mentioned Tyler Rivette, our winner last week. He's definitely in it today, starting today in 16th place. Just ahead of him, right under the top 10, the likes of John Cox, Jason Christie, Drew Cook. And it's all tight, the competition so far.
Yeah, and one other thing that Cifuentes said, almost identical to Tyler Rivette, one of the common threads in the area he's catching them, there is a lot of crappie. I know some of our sonar experts that are watching Bassmaster live, and where you see it excel, there is that is a big connection whenever you find these offshore fish that are on crappie.
Boy, if Carl Jacobson gets bit, we are going to have a ringside seat to that.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, there was a lot of anglers yesterday, kind of, at least that, especially the ones we had on camera. You look at John Cox, you look at Drew Cook, who kind of
real estate right there.
just had a very, very
or through one of those little holes.
inconsistent day. Really, really saved themselves late yesterday afternoon.
More anglers will be in the boat with all day today. Drew Benton did that yesterday. It was worth the while. He's hooked up now.
It's a male.
Not too bad of a male.
Figured he'd bite again. 2.5 pounder. Please, girl, play the game with us.
We saw John Cox do the same thing yesterday, caught a male, took it off the bed, put it in the live well, and never caught that 8-pound female he was looking for. So there's always a couple different ways of going about it. And he said, Drew Benton said, please bite, please play the game.
Didn't start the way Drew Benton had it drawn up yesterday, but he was able to certainly make a good day out of it.
No, Drew Benton starting in the Flint yesterday morning. Thought he had one of those magic winning little hard spots that was loaded with pre-spawn fish on Monday of practice. Did not pan out, kind of found his way into spring and fish pond drain. And the one thing that we got to see with Drew Benton yesterday, obviously changing his morning between 9 and 10 o'clock, and really kind of went practicing the rest of the day, finding a lot of fish that size, 2.5 to really 3.5 pounds. Said he has plenty of those left, but only has one big female locked on right now. Has a 5 to 6 pounder that he said, obviously in this tournament right here, as tough as it's been, is those bigger females are going to be critical getting to Championship Sunday.
Micah Frazier, big day yesterday, 20 pounds, 11 ounces.
First. But you could be fishing for a ghost. I mean, she might not be there, but you're just gonna have to tell yourself she's still there. As fresh as she was yesterday, I don't see her not being there, put it that way. It might have messed her up catching that male. We'll have to just see about that, but I ain't putting him back, not today.
Micah Frazier pretty much fishing a shallow depression on a flat. Most of his fish came in couple 100-yard area yesterday, and said really when you get up on these flats, tons of empty beds surrounding this depression.
There's Jonathan Kelly, second year, Bassmaster Elite Series out of Pennsylvania. Was not able to get in the cut in Okeechobee and making up for it as best he can this week.
Jonathan Kelly really wanting to live down south. He's been toying with the idea of somehow making that happen, as some Northerners have and West Coast guys have.
B.A.S. Marine Weather Watch. Well, we'll get to that in just a second. show you what we have seen in the way of catches so far today, including our leader, Will Davis Jr. Drew Benton.
And our new leader, Drew Benton.
Yeah, those males are bigger here than they were in Okeechobee. We found that out yesterday. Another fun fact. There's your TH Marine Weather Watch. You can see it's, boy, the visibility way down from yesterday. Got a low-hanging ceiling right there. 70 degrees right now. And expected to get up into the 80s today. Not much in the way of wind today. Could use a little wind to blow some of that fog out there. Just getting started here. Moving day. You got to make it into the top 50 today. Will Davis Jr., the rookie, on top after one day of fishing. Let's take a look at Will and our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
So the first 2 days we got here, I got down here Sunday night, Monday I started practicing, and after Tuesday evening, man, I was about ready to load this something gun on the trailer, you know, mentally, because I just couldn't figure it out. But with that being said, when you're in a bind and you can't figure out much, you got to fish your strengths, and the bed fishing just wasn't playing a role for me. So with that being said, I had to start fishing current, and picked up my dad's spinnerbait and started going around and fishing current breaks, and that's how basically I've caught most of my fish today. The spinnerbait is my Davis Bait Company, the Davis Eagle Series, 1/2 ounce. It's a Willa, Colorado, gold and silver. The color is peacock, and it's real crucial. It stands out in this dingy water, and them bass, they just can't resist it. I might change it up a little bit because they kind of got used to a few baits I was throwing, so I might have to pick up a couple more baits, and then I'm probably going to go in some back areas, you know, just try it out, you know, because them fish, they're this close to spawning right now.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Bassmaster Elite Series only been here to Lake Seminole one time before. That was almost a decade ago when you had to. Wow. The winning weight scared 100 pounds, 97.10 in that one right there. I don't know what chance we have to make it. I'm not ruling anything out. It's still early on. We're just day number 2, 104 anglers scrambling for the main objective today, be in the top 50. At the end of it all, get a crack at it. Second shot of the year, a trophy. Some scenes from the takeoff. Bainbridge, Georgia.
I'll say, Tommy, I think that after 2 days at Okeechobee, we were front heavy with weights. I feel like it's going to be the opposite this week. We might see more weight day 2, 3, and 4.
Here's our Minn
Yeah,
Kota
taking
unlock.
a look at your
Go ahead.
Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. 37,500 acres, which comparatively other venues that we go to on the Bassmaster Elite Series, fair to say, Tommy, a lot smaller. And really looking at that Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, you see Will Davis Jr. fishing up in the Flint. Reason why, he said he wanted to get away from all of that pressure in the area where the Flint, Spring Creek, and the Hooch come together. Said didn't want that pressure, did not want to deal with all the grass on the lower end of this lake. And your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, we're going to combine it really with the weather that's been here the last few weeks. Historically warm, but not a lot of sunlight. If you talk to a lot of locals, we talked about Rob Newell yesterday. Joe Durham, who fishes Eufaula just up the chain here, he said, really the lack of sunlight, even though it's been warm, the lack of sunlight has definitely held back a lot of fish so far. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Well, we are not seeing much in the way of sunlight so far. We did towards the end of yesterday. We get a few intermittent partial sunlight periods, but it's not a good outlook today.
Look who's leading again, Mr. Tyler Rivette.
Oh, there we
He had a
go.
little flurry there, about 8 pounds. His last fish is 310. He is on top.
you're just picking up with us, the man on the top right, Will Davis Jr., the rookie, started the day with the lead. Just under 22 pounds yesterday.
Really, a lot of the anglers we had on camera today, Jonathan Kelly, Will Davis, Micah Frazier, talked about it was so hard to get around with all the wind that these anglers had throughout practice this week. A lot of our field just had a really, really horrible practice.
There's another look at Will Davis, his spot. Will, a devoted river fisherman, cut his teeth on the Coosa River and still fishes a lot of tournaments with current,
So
playing
I'm
big,
fishing
of
the
course.
little mouth of a spawning bay right here close to takeoff, and it's got a lot of hydrilla on it, clumps, and it's right off of a current break. And they ain't seemed to be biting yet this morning, but we got one little small fish caught in that backwater back there. But with that being said, they'll turn on. I caught 2 big ones here yesterday. And I just think this week's definitely timing on everything for sure, because they're moving right place, right time. You can get well in a hurry.
Will Davis did not have much company at all. And one of the benefactors to where Will Davis is at, Ronnie talked about this a little bit yesterday, is there's just a population of bass that get replenished in the area of the Flint that he's fishing, just down from our takeoff here.
Another bull right there. So there's 2 little clumps sitting out here. It was like a magnet yesterday, and then on Wednesday I pulled up here. Caught a one almost 7. The wind was blowing pretty heavy that day, blowing right in on. I don't know if that's the deal, or I think it's more so they're coming in to spawn than more of the wind, but I have to wait and see.
Definitely got a few texts throughout the Lake Okeechobee tournament about Will Davis from some other anglers, state of Alabama, saying this dude is the real deal. And Tommy, this may depress you a little bit talking to Will Davis after day one. This might hurt a little bit. He said, "Man, I've been watching you and Sanders since I was like 6." I was like, "Oh, that's awesome, Will."
These are one of these places you can get. There's a lot of big ones. If they pull up, you can get right. But yesterday I pulled up here, made like 30 casts, and then boom, caught a 5-pounder. So I don't know if they're just holding. There's less current today, and it's slacked up every day. So I don't know if that's more current's better for sure. But wait and see.
Davis, a former college angler at Bethel, a big first breakout bass fishing school in America back in the early days.
And he was with the group of recruits and anglers who kind of got that program to the heights that it became real quick. So appreciate the monster they created.
Yeah, down to Joyce Cifuentes, who said he majored baseball in college. Went to Southern Arkansas University,
Wow.
Arkansas, which is a Division II powerhouse for sure. So he was a pitcher there.
Oh, stay on there, baby. Go by the tree. Oh, no, it got me in a tree. Golly. Man, that's the problem, man. It ran me right into that tree. That was probably a 4-pounder. Dadgummit. That's half the battle, man, is getting these fish out of these trees. It just went the wrong way. Golly, that's one I needed in the boat right there. That was a good one.
It was a big problem for Fuentes yesterday. He said he lost some giants. Looking at about a 22-foot flat over his shoulder right there. Key trees. And he said those trees would definitely reload.
Yeah, it's just so many trees, and you know, I could pitch I might try and pitch a bigger worm to some of these fish and see if they'll eat it this morning, so I don't have to mess with that.
Is how tight the weights are stacked. Pat Schlopper was 75th. He's got a limit. He's second place right now. One limit of 12 pounds. Tyler Rivette just filled his too. He's over 10, almost 11.
Well, watching what Joey's doing, what Tyler Rivette did last week, might be a apt time to bring in our colleague Davey Hyde, who's armed with some forward-facing sonar now in his toolkit. And Davey, and Mark Zona said it, you said it. This stuff is here to stay, and it's here to play, at least in our first two tournaments.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. And the good thing about the first two tournaments, there's a lot of other things going on, but now everybody is talking about the forward-facing sonar, and you know, the surprise of Tyler Rivette winning that tournament at Lake Okeechobee using it was, you know, it was a surprise to all of us, no doubt about it. Here, maybe not quite such a surprise. When I was here in practice, I came out on the water the final day of practice. I didn't see many people out here in Spring Creek in the standing timber. It's the obvious place that you think someone's going to use a forward-facing sonar and do well here. I really thought there would be a dozen boats here doing this, and I did not see it in practice. I came here yesterday morning when I talked to you guys, and Joey was the only person that I saw that really seemed to be just using his forward-facing sonar, fishing this standing timber. And you see what happens. He had a great day yesterday and really doesn't have many people around him this morning.
Davey, obviously every time that the Bassmasters has come here, really the history of this lake, Spring Creek is always a big player. Talk about just visually how different the water quality looks there, and look, there's a lot of fish out there around Fuentes, right where you're at, that don't need to leave there. It's almost like fish on Toledo Bend when they live out in that timber. They spawn there, they stay there, they die there. Just kind of talk about what it looks like.
Well, the first thing you notice when you come into Spring Creek area is there's clear water. I've never seen it really dirty in here. It's always some clear water. Sometimes out closer to the river, it might have a little bit of color. So that's the first thing that jumps out. But the other, if Zach scans around a little bit, you just see the standing timber. And you're exactly right, Z. These fish do not have to leave here. I learned this back in the 90s fishing a B.A.S.S tournament here. It was a little later than this, but there were fish. It was like mid-April, and there were fish spawning in 20 to 25 feet of water on these standing timber on these trees on the horizontal limbs. The fish would actually come up within 5 feet of the surface and make their beds on those horizontal limbs. So it was a great learning lesson for me to be learned here. These fish live here all the time. And the thing that has changed so much since like the 90s, heck, even from 10 years ago, you look at Mega Live. In years past, you see the standing trees, the ones that are out of the water, but the trees that are standing underneath the surface of the water, you look at the Mega Live, and you can see those trees. You can make those casts. You can look for the vertical trees. You can look for the ones that are leaning a little, at a 45-degree angle. Sometimes those fish relate to that. But the whole thing is now we have eyes under the water with the Humminbird Mega Live.
Well, Davey, of course, we'll all be watching that. That's such a big player last week and this week as well. But everybody's also saying, hey, when are they going to get to the bank and set up sight fishing on these big bass on Lake Seminole? Is that going to happen when the fog blows out and finally we get some sunshine?
Yeah, Tommy, I heard you guys talking about it earlier this morning. I think sun is so critical to making those fish move on up there. We're going to see Drew Benton, Drew Cook, and a lot of the other anglers that caught their fish sight fishing, John Cox yesterday. Those guys aren't going away. If the sun comes out, they could definitely take the lead in this tournament. But the conditions, it's just been wind every day. We don't have that so far this morning, but we really just haven't had much sunshine. And today is calling for mostly cloudy all day long.
Davey, obviously historical warm temps. We talked about that earlier today with the lack of sun. Did it surprise you, really watching that weigh-in with Dave Mercer yesterday? Did it surprise you the number of post-spawn fish that were weighed in for being the end of February?
Yeah, absolutely. But I still believe this. Us fishing at Eufaula just a few days ago, there are some fish that have spawned here. You're right, Z. You could look at those fish and tell that yesterday. But there's still the majority of the population here. The majority of the fish here have not spawned yet, in my opinion.
Davey, thank you so much. Our own Davey Height there, taking some of the fog away from the facts that we need to know to enjoy this tournament right here. We always appreciate Davey and everything that's going out here. That standing timber, a lot of it got torn out back in 2018 by the biggest, the only Cat 5 to hit the Gulf Coast since Katrina. And a lot of that's gone, but they're still down there. Wow, Tyler Rivette. What a year he is having right there. And Pat Schlopper with a giant move. The weights are so very close, relatively speaking, to the typical tournament out here. Drew Benton moving up the leaderboard. Will Davis, our leader now. To start the day in fourth place, Josh Strassner moving into our top 10, along with John Cox and Gerald Swindle as well. Big stories out there. We'll be right back.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by T.H. Marine.
Into the second hour of fishing here on Lake Seminole. There was our leader to start the day right there, Will Davis Jr. He's got one small fish in the boat so far. He is not holding the lead as it stands right now, but all that may change with one swing of the rod. We got 104 anglers, our full field. Everybody's got a crack at it. You got to make the top 50 in order to fish on, collect some points, collect some money as well. Tyler Rivette took the big prize last week. What a show he put on there at Lake Okeechobee, doing something entirely different. We just got to look at a similar approach just a minute ago with Joey Cifuentes. Take a look at our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard right now as it stands. Of course, as we came here, it was Tyler Rivette on top. It's going to be the same as the final outcome there. But Carl Jochimson, has taken over the lead in that race right now. Will Davis Jr. in second place, and there's Tyler Rivette. So those are your big performers early on in this season. Drew Cook and Kyle Welcher, we watched them all day long yesterday.
Yeah, if you really look at Carl and listen to what he said on the stage with Mercer last week, that he failed his way to get here. We talked to him about that. That's a very profound statement because we have seen the lows with Carl Jochimson and really starting to see a lot more consistency, especially heading into the Bassmaster Classic. Great for Carl Jochimson. Back with Will Davis. Not burning a lot of gas, Tommy.
No. Will from here we go.
White bass.
Will from a fishing family. His dad has run a bait company for
They're a Feeney.
a good long
Davis
time.
Lures, yeah. you could see growing up on the Coosa River and really fishing the upper end of the Flint, just getting somewhere he's been comfortable. And he said the one thing that he saw on day one here for sure, there were bite windows where he would go on flurries of 2 or 3 bites. Really felt like, you could tell talking to Will Davis, really felt like he could duplicate that today. You see that swim jig that Carl's throwing.
Several big blow-ups, about 100 yards up.
Big profile. Exact swim jig he threw at Okeechobee, just different color. And just that swim jig, if you look at a lot of water displacement, definitely has a bigger profile than most swim jigs we see on the Elite Series. Gaudy.
All these pads, all the different vegetation here, so healthy and in big supply, something that was lacking at Okeechobee because of water conditions there in recent years.
Yes.
Boy, it's looking good here.
You know, and even though it's called a lake, this is River 101 with the Chattahoochee and the Flint. And you just have that, you know, you heard this a lot on stage with Mercer yesterday. You just feel like there is a big hourly changes happening on this body of water right now. And I know it's early on day 2, but this seems like one of those tournaments where it is going to be very hard to stay consistent.
That was Mara. Better be safe than sorry. Strike. Yep.
Looks like I'm in an aquarium and see a lot of fish swimming around in it. There's this one spot that I caught a quick limit on yesterday, just some small ones, and that's kind of where I started on, and didn't get bit right away because I think they're in that funk right now where they're waiting to pair up. Like, we just went through it and can't tell you how many 1, 2, and 3 pound fish that we've seen just cruising this little sand flat. So I think if I give it a little bit of time, if the sun does come out, those bigger females will start pulling in and trying to pair up with those fish. And you can just tell they're real spooky. They're just swimming around, cruising here and there, you know, in and out of the flat, in and out of the grass. So I think it'll be good maybe just later on. I think yesterday I got them biting because they had just moved up. So this morning they're there, but they just don't want to eat. So we're gonna just keep on fishing down. I had a couple bites throughout this area yesterday and a few key spots, and then we'll make our way back up there before we get rolling to another area.
Jonathan Kelly fishing twice here in his college career, said so key to being able to navigate, which we have seen has been a problem this week.
Yeah.
Tommy, you said it last year. He's your guy.
Oh, sure, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Like, if you can see in the water, there's hydrilla everywhere. Anywhere it opens up, sparses up, you add sand. Sand is key here on Seminole. Anytime you get around that sand, especially now during the springtime, those fish want to spawn. It's the perfect opportunity for those fish to pull up and, start making beds. And we're just out here in a giant flat up in Spring Creek, so.
Jonathan out of Pennsylvania, did his college work though at Coastal Carolina, big bass fishing college.
Yeah, the likes of Jonathan Kelly and John Duarte really put the school on the map for a little while there, and then they just took advantage of having a national championship on their home body of water, Winyah Bay, last year, and Connor Cartmel and Andrew Vereen taking home the title there to go to the College Classic bracket. So Coastal's showing up when it counts the most.
Baseball and bass fishing.
Since
That's what we know Coastal Carolina.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
And that 1 year in football.
That's right. Let's get back over to Carl Jochimson now.
So we just changed to our second spot, and this is where I'm hoping I can catch 3 or 4. I got lots of bites in here yesterday, but I landed a 4 and a 3. No big ones, but there's some big ones in here. It's just a lot of pressure on areas, a lot more boats milling around and just fishing, but I gotta just doing what I'm doing. I don't have a certain area that I'm fishing. I'm just going. I just gotta keep going. Try and miss this log. Yeah, throwing this big white and chartreuse Molex swim jig, big 5-inch swammer. It's like the glide bait of swim jigs. It's just big and nasty, and it gets around them and they don't like it. And they've been just crushing it when they hit it, but not many bites. But if I get one, it's big, so we're gonna stick at it. I've got a few sight fish to go to, got a few bedders. The only difference I see right now is the water has come up and it has a little more color to it, but I actually like it. Like, I think at some stage we're gonna run into some big ones or a wad of them or a big area where they've moved shallow. I'm picking these little holes apart while it's quiet, no wind, and I'm trying to fall it into the holes where I think one would be spawning, and then I swim it out off the edge to try and catch one that is a pike. Catch one that is feeding, so that's why the swim jig's so good. It sort of does a little bit of everything, and you can cover ground, catch feeding ones, catch spawners. The reason you're seeing the tougher weights is the fish are in all different stages. They're in every different stage. Oh, there's a fish. He just waked on it. Oh, he boiled on it. That's what I've been looking for. I can't take my eyes off this jig when I'm casting. I have to watch every cast. I have to hit every little hole and bring it up over the pad and then drop it. And then one will hit it either on the fall or as it's swimming up from that pad. You just got to be super switched on, because sometimes you don't feel the bite. You'll just see the boil and they'll have it. And if you don't see it, you'll pull the hook out. So yeah, I think this is a great way to catch all 3 stages, because the fish are just scattered right now. They're not grouped up. Bit confused, it's early, it's hot early. There's something about this big bait there. The ones that are feeding are eating big gizzard shad, and you'll see them blow up on them sometimes, and that's why this thing gets through there and they want to crush it.
Hard not to watch that swim jig. Carl Jacobson, you can see it. That's for sure.
Good
He's waiting
stuff,
for
man.
Something big to show up, absolutely.
Absolutely. If you really looked at that swim jig at Okeechobee, Tom, they ate it to kill it. That is when you know you are throwing the right bait. Carl said that's exactly what happened yesterday here on day one. So look for things to turn around for Carl Jacobson this early day number 2.
Well, right at the very top of the leaderboard, it's looking very much like last week with Tyler Rivette in the number 1 position. No big giants have shown up yet. Pat Schlopper coming from way down in the field, a man from Wisconsin. We got more for you on the way, still early on, day 2.
You know, for a while there, I was running past 1,000 places where I've caught them, and just the thoughts were coming into my head of what do I need to do to make it work, and you've got to kind of fight that off and fish the moment. I think a guy is just going to have to do a little bit of everything. He's going to have to sight fish, he's going to have to fish for staging fish, and potentially post-spawn fish. I think you're going to have fish in all stages, and you're going to have to intersect with them some way in all phases, and you're going to have to be very, very versatile this week. There's a lot of things moving, a lot of things changing. Please, girl, play the game with us.
Day 2, Bassmaster Elite Series 2023, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. We're into the second hour of fishing, well into the second hour of fishing on this day when you have to move into the top 50 on this lake. It's 37,500 acres, about 375 miles of shoreline. And we left Jonathan Kelly just a minute ago telling us, kind of laying out pretty well, the kind of area he's fishing, what he's hoping to happen on this day.
The aquarium.
Yeah. You see Jonathan Kelly, and really, when you look at him and Joey Cifuentes in Spring Creek, there's about another 70% of our field is in Spring Creek this morning.
I'm gonna downsize a little bit. Maybe leak that one a little better. One 9. All right, got one. On the board. Gotta start somewhere.
John with 20 pounds, 12 ounces. Really racked him up yesterday. Started the day out in 3rd place.
Z, you're right. The volatility of this event, there was like 6 or 7 new guys, and I know it's early, in our top 10, and Rivette just caught another 3-pounder. Up to 13 pounds. Built almost a 5-pound lead.
Yeah, and if you really watched Rivette late yesterday afternoon with cameraman Brian Eby, it's where he caught that big one. There was a lot of movement. There was a lot of bass in that one backwater that Rivette ended his day on. So no doubt it has been a hostile leaderboard here to start day 2.
Fog starting to finally break up a little bit as it's 9 o'clock local time or a little after.
The forecast says the sun could be peeking out here and there today, but it's mostly cloudy.
There are, I mean, every lake in America you can have fog that just sets in. But I mean, the 4 or 5 trips that I've made to Lake Seminole, there's not in a 4-day stretch, it sinks in at least 1 or 2 of the days. It's crazy in the river especially, and then you get up in Spring Creek, it'll sink in, and it'll stay like this all day long at times.
Back over to Carl Jacobson, Queensland, Australia.
Japanese rookie Kuroya Fujita. He's got 2 3.5 pounders, and he just caught a 4-pounder, 11 pounds on the morning. He's up to second place.
Got him. Little guy. Well, I lied. Little guys do eat it. It's a start. Put that down. Yeah, at least keep up. Number one. We gotta start somewhere.
Boy, for only a 1-pound bass, that was a heck of a bite right there.
He ate like a big dog. God, he came out and swirled on it and like blew it up, like just disappeared. It's like, that's got to be a 3-pounder.
Great camera work yet again from Brian Evie right there.
Ooh.
Small man. Boy, you feel, looking at the wind laying down, boy, you feel like a frog is going to somehow play
Saga
as this tournament goes along.
Start going down through here.
What do they say, Z? You're supposed to, especially in the summertime up north, when you see frogs jumping across the road, you need to put one on. And Ike and Ellie had a story of a frog jumping in his boat.
Not a big one, but we're on the board.
So might be.
Oh, that was a pike, you little sucker. I'm wearing my new Hobie eye gear. He's still going, and that's why, because I've seen 2 pike and I've been able to shake them off, like hit it, but I'm not visually looking for bass right now. I might do a little bit later, but I'm seeing this jig, I'm seeing what's under the water, and I'm working it and just hitting the holes. But I actually want to see him eat this thing. I want to see the boil or see him actually eat it. And that way I can get a good hook set on him. But I've had 2 bites in here so far. One of them looked like it might have been a bit of a better one. But it flushed it and just missed it. G'day to all the Team Jockimson people back in Australia. Appreciate you guys. Hope yous are staying up. Hope you're not too tired. Hope I can show you a big one here any minute. It's gonna happen, I feel good. Conditions are good. That was a bad cast. I don't want to land it like that. You want to land it smooth and sort of up in there like that. And then that first twitch right out off the bank, if there's a hole there, that's when they'll get it. Just a few bites I've had, how aggressive they've been has been good. It's telling me once I get around the right area. It's all single fish. I don't have a good spot. I don't have, I need to be here. I need to fish, and I got to make sure I fish new water today too. It's like one here, one there, but if I can get 8 to 10 bites, I think I can have a big bag. I just need to get those bites. Must be one in there, the tree blocked me. See all that bait flicking, there's fry. It's just life up there. This should be the cast.
I'm thinking we're going to have good conditions today. It's going to get better. More fish are going to come up. The water's still coming up. I'm just the ones that I know were sitting there yesterday. They're not big. and catch those, get my day started. Just try to get in that groove like we did yesterday. And then we just got to find 1 or 2 big ones, and then we'll be right there. Just this is the kind of conditions we need. Just let this fog burn off. It's going to be good. We're going to find them. Just got to stay within ourselves.
Look for his second win with the Bassmaster Elite Series, one down in Texas on the Colorado River.
I'm going to be able to look out here where I couldn't see yesterday. I did see some small fish, so.
Let's get back over to Jonathan Kelly, caught his first one not too long ago. Big day yesterday.
Very similar how we started our competition here on Lake Seminole. A lot of males early yesterday morning. If you're tuned in, and you got about 9 or 10 o'clock, that is when you got to see big swings in the leaderboard. There was a span yesterday, really from call it 10 to about noon. A lot of bigger ones were caught.
I think it might be starting to see.
Take them however they come. They get bigger as the day goes on.
We got Brandon Lester filling out his limit with a 3.5 pounder, getting up from 90th to 24th.
When your bobber stop does slide up the line, always make sure to wet it. Even though the line was in the water, I had a bobber stop yesterday, got stuck in the tip of my rod. I casted, and the bobber stop was up like 30, 40 feet up my line. Like it's like the line went through the whole thing, and I just slid it down and ended up breaking off. So just one of those things, wasn't thinking.
Jonathan Kelly, we're going to move back and take another peek in on what's happening with our leader to start the day, Will Davis Jr.
All the damage.
One small one in the boat, I think.
3-hour span today.
Well, you get a good look at the difference in the watercolor up the Flint compared to fishing down in spring with a lot of our leaders.
There you go. Big one. No, baby, don't you do that. Come here. Golly, come off. It's all right. We'll get another one. Yeah, one little hook. I was like, where's he at?
Two painful losses today, one with Joey Cifuentes early, and that is a good one for Will Davis.
Yeah, just gone. Didn't get the bait very well.
Followed it out right there.
About that
As we've
same
seen,
time.
4-pounders,
Yeah.
4-pounders, very hard to rebound from in this event. Where pretty much everything, Such nailed it earlier, everything averaging out about 2.5 to 2 3/4 pounds. That was a big loss right there.
Brad Wiley landed his. He just caught a 5.5 half or so. He put it in as a 5.9. He's from 28th to 3rd place with 10.5 pounds on the day.
Let's get back over to Micah Frazier. Micah again, starting the day in 4th place. Not the one he was looking for, but what we're seeing a little bit more in the way of bigger bites. Could be heating up, just like you predicted, Mark Zona, here as we get on into the morning here. Right now, it's, same story as last week. Tyler Mania breaking out there on top of our leaderboard. Tyler Rivette, last week's winner on top. Kyoya Fujita, big move. Brad Watley as well. Ditto for Pat Schlopper. So close, the competition here. Big moves. Could be the order of the day. But the main imperative of the day, make it into the cut. We'll be right back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Good Friday morning to you. Great to have you with us here in this part of South Georgia. Legendary Lake Seminole. Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. This is day number 2 action for our second event of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll look at the countryside there. Still a wintry look there, but we have got the spawn going on.
Tommy, I wanted to bring it in real quick before we get back out to the action. I wanted to bring it in for the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and you guys are going to be very happy with this going forward because I don't have to tell you my fantasy picks for the rest of the season because they're not worth a hoot so far this year. I think the only people I'm beating in Rapala, Bassmaster, Fantasy Fishing, or Mercury Drain the Lake are the ones who forgot to set their lineups at one of the first 2 events. So it's not been the best season. Maybe I got kicked out of the kingdom last year and didn't know it. I'm still just trying to live there. But I should just start maybe thinking about chalk lineups to just get back in this thing because the chalk lineup in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing for this event goes as follows. Drew Cook, bucket A, Brandon Polinick, bucket B, John Cox, bucket C, Drew Benton, bucket D, and Jason Christie in bucket E. Great lineup overall. Everybody being in the top 16 of this event after day 1 except for Brandon Polinick, who was 90th place. There were so many anglers, if you weren't with us this morning. Brandon Polinick, 90th. Brandon Lester, 92nd. Buddy Gross, 94th. Brian New, 103rd. Even David Mullins, Drew Cook picked him as a possible winner of this event, dead last. There were very big names very low in the leaderboard, so a couple of those have led fantasy teams astray for sure. And then when we look at Mercury Drain the Lake, there were 2 overwhelming favorites. That's the names we've been saying since the season schedule came out last fall. Drew Cook and Drew Benton, they were ones to watch for different reasons. We weren't sure if it was going to be a colder Lake Seminole where maybe some of the more offshore stuff for them would factor, or if it would turn into a straight-up sight fishing game. It seems like we're in the middle of that, but they're still adapting. Both of them in the top 15 after yesterday's weigh-in. Drew Benton being on camera day 1 and on day 2 so far today. Drew Cook just outside the top 10 with over 17 pounds. Both of them in a good position. And if you were one of the people who chose them, I think I picked Drew Cook for my Drain the Lake. I picked Drew Benton for my Rapala Fantasy Fishing team. I did not double up on them in each team. I should have probably done that, but I picked one of each. They're both doing well, and they were definitely favorites for a reason this week. So chalk, for the most part, has not led you astray, and favorites have not led you astray either. So maybe just don't go out on a limb. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pick all the favorites.
Fantasy can be a cruel game, Ronnie, especially
honestly,
when you used to be the king riding high like you were way back when.
I mean, I didn't know I lost
lack
the
of
election.
confidence. Sound like Bernie Schultz after day 1 last week on Lake Okeechobee right there, Ronnie.
If I had 28 pounds, I'd be a little more positive than I was right there, but, you know, feeling a little low.
Back to Joey Cifuentes.
in 22 feet of water, flooded timber.
It's a big one. Oh, it's a big one. Don't get in that tree. Don't get in that tree. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, no. Don't get in that tree. It's a big one. Big. Oh my gosh. That's what lives out here. I'm in that tree. Oh, come on, baby. Don't do it. Come on, girl. Oh, come on. Please don't come off. Oh, don't get in that tree right there. Oh. Stay down there. Oh, yes. About time, man. That's what we're shooting for right there. They're out here swimming around. There's just not that many of them. Finally. That's about a 4.5 pounder. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm shaking like a leaf. Get some water in there.
That may be the loudest flotilla I've seen on a day
Was that
two.
real?
On a day two for an angler
guys,
not in
like,
their home state.
I'm sitting here looking at that fish and I see like 3 trees and I'm trying to steer around the trees. It's so stressful. I lost so many fish yesterday doing that. Oh my gosh. But that's awesome. That's a good way to start.
Hey, we got a new leader.
Great way to start right here. Maybe there are a few more out here. I'm going to stick
Steer
around for a
boats.
little while now.
Big fish alert. Brad Watley, 5 pound 9 ounce. He's in
Man, now she went down.
third
She
place
ate that
now.
thing, like,
Because Corey Johnson's
no
fish came in.
question.
He's got a 5.6 and a 15.14
that's where I
limit.
caught one yesterday.
He's
right
jumped
there
up
on
from
those clump
32nd
trees.
to first.
I need that so much, Such. Thank you.
Sometimes I can get right back in there and get another one to bite because there was 2 or 3 of them. Oh, thank you, Lord, for letting me get that fish in. Oh, man.
Boy, it's like that sun peaked out and things started happening,
Losing it
Tommy.
now.
I must say.
Again, Joey Cifuentes throwing a drop shot with a hand-poured worm we've seen often here on the Bassmaster Elite Series in a morning dawnish color. Very popular worm.
Kind of robotic in style.
Okay, beware. We've been warned, Joey Fuentes. Seeing him now, he's catching them. At least one. Lost a good one, too. Keep that in mind.
How about the story of Clark Winlet getting a top 10 last week after his injury at the end of last year, and Brad Watley coming back after dealing with his ailments last year in the hospital to having 2 cuts right now. He's 3rd right now, and he was in the 30s last week at Okeechobee.
Best season, best start for him ever.
See what she does. Can't sit here all day.
Another guy from the 30s jumping into our top 10. Garrett Putnell, 4 fish. A lot of curved numbers in his weights, 12 pounds.
She'll either get up there and sit down, or she won't.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't get a good look at them. I don't know if they were maybe baby needlefish, but they didn't really have any needle to them. I honestly did not know.
Jonathan Kelly hooked up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, number 3. So to make those really far casts, you can get some of them to bite. I know those ones on beds, you can get some to bite too if you have a little bit of breeze on the water. Just a matter of hitting them in front of the face. 1-8.
ready for action. Jonathan Kelly's boat right now. And Tommy, one interesting thing that we're starting to see, and this is really a rarity, is starting to see, if you kind of look at your leaders unofficially in the top 15 right now, really spread out from Flint, Spring, and starting to see some risers in the hooch.
And after seeing what we've seen, you just gotta know.
Not as big as I thought he was. He looked bigger. Come on. He wasn't done fighting. Brought him in too fast.
Kind of frighteningly similar how Drew Benton's morning went yesterday. And this was about the time of day it fired.
He did catch a lot of males early yesterday.
Yep. Yes.
But it came down, I think, like a little more than half a foot from the first morning of practice to the end of day 2 of practice. So that made a difference right away. And it's slowly, I think, been trying to creep itself back up, which that can, push fish up a little shallower than they've been. If there's those flats just on the outside that they've been spawning on, now it gives the fish that opportunity to go up even shallower in some pads like this, just because they know that water's rising. But it's just a matter of, is it going to keep rising or are they going to drop it back down? And I'm not really sure how that works here.
That area you're looking at, Joey Cifuentes, and he said it's about 300 to 400 yards and just a flat, just a 22-foot flat, and obviously just landmines everywhere. He said he had some giants yesterday get off a lot of that flooded timber. Look from above with Micah Frazier, who really did all of his damage in a very small area yesterday. Has not played yet here on day 2. And you can't tell it, but that area of the lake, that area between Flint and Fish Pond Drain, kind of when you get in the mouth of Spring Creek, there is a lot of pressure there here today.
Micah Frazier with one Elite Series victory. Several good years. Last year was not one of them.
No, and who knows why? I mean, at the end of the day, it's catching bass, but I do know Micah is an avid family man, loves to be home with his kids. Has his young boy and young girl last year. I believe she was born early last year. I think she's, maybe over a year old. So spending time at home was a big priority for the Frazier guys, and Micah had a slip uncharacteristically. I mean, he's way better than what we saw last year, and we're seeing that this year.
And builds convenience stores for a living.
Popular spawning area.
Passive income.
The fish spawn all out in here. It looks like open water, but it's acres and acres of just perfect spawning flat for bass here. And this is one of the main ditches that leads into that deal. And it's got a couple key little spots in it with some better grass, like milfoil and coontail and stuff. Yesterday, that's where I caught my fish. This morning I've been through there once and I didn't get a bite other than a little short. So I'm gonna still give it some time and just see if they're still here and if they weren't biting in the fog this morning. Go back through there now with some sunshine and see if that helps anything, and then I might try to slow down and pick around in there and see if there's some fish spawning in the area. But so far it's pretty slow. Yesterday was a little bit different day. We had some cloud cover and wind. So I'm sure there's fish still around here. I just got to figure out what they want and how they want it today.
You know, Tommy, besides being a family man, building convenience stores, it's not easy.
I guess not.
But passed on from his father.
Yeah.
Tommy, you and I struggle to build s'mores.
Yeah.
At convenience stores.
Oh. Corey Johnston down from Canada, right on top of the leaderboard, having unseated last week's champion Tyler Rivette, Derek Hudnall. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, sliding into third place, and Kiyoya Fujita. Also a big move up the leaderboard. Watley Benton, Schlopper, Cox, John Cox, everybody picking him before this tournament. Jonathan Kelly hanging in the top 10, and Gerald Swindle. Still plenty of fishing yet to come on day 2. Be right back.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
I always was a competitive angler. I always fished tournaments, but I kind of took that next step, and that's why I really started to learn. And then I kind of seen that platform and how it was laid out through the college series. And beyond that, you know, you had those levels to make your way up, and that's kind of how it all started. And ever since I definitely started college, that's when I really knew I wanted to be a professional fisherman. And it's crazy to see some of these guys that you compete against, like I just said. And I watched them when I was growing up, and now I'm part of them, and I'm also one of them, which is a cool feeling. So it's an incredible thing to get to go out there and compete against some of these guys, and you know, you start talking to them and you build relationships with some of them.
Oh yeah.
Jonathan Kelly, living the dream, absolutely. We are in the second day here of this Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on Lake Seminole. We got our full field out there today. It's a kind of setup we love. Distinct, different areas of the lake that have a different personality and different ways to go about your business.
Exactly, Tommy, and really kind of looking at what stage the fish are in, not with Joey Cifuentes in particular, but if you looked at a lot of anglers yesterday morning, like Iaconelli, like Carl Jacobson, fishing moving baits, and you see that weird phenomenon this time of year. When that wave gets close to spawning, they do not bite moving baits, and we're seeing that shallow this morning.
We'll take him. Keeper. Man, these gnats are brutal. Gotta love the South, baby.
Cifuentes with a big one in the boat, another big one that he has lost. Welcome back into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Mark Zona, I mean, do you see any way for any one angler or maybe 3 anglers to just break away and distance themselves from the rest of the field here? It looks like it could be tight all the way to the end.
It looks like, especially looking at those weights yesterday, but kind of talking about that phenomenon that goes on this time of year. And if you live down in that region, you know this. There's a weird 24-hour stretch where those fish push shallow, very shallow. And you got to see yesterday, again, guys like Iaconelli and Carl that mauled them. I mean, there was a photo gallery with Iaconelli where he climbed on them on a bladed jig. We saw that even with Kyle Welcher fishing moving baits. But that phenomenon really, when you get in that 12 to 24 hour stretch where they just stop biting moving baits. And here's why I say that. I've really been watching Carl this morning fishing around, call it the mouth of Spring Creek, fishing that swim jig and not really catching them yet. And they are really being caught around him by the plinkers. Very slow, methodical fishermen. You're just starting to see the attitude of these bass getting so close to the beds really starting to change as far as not chasing lures.
Oh, and one thing, Tommy, just looking at the map, seeing some of the areas that start popping up and playing. We had a couple guys try the Chattahoochee yesterday. You got the guys who are in the Flint River at takeoff or above takeoff. You start to see Drew Benton kind of slide into a fish pond drain region when he's starting to look for sight fish. So as we see this tournament progress, you'll start to see where the hot spot that day may be, because you'll start to see it pop off for a couple anglers on Bass Track here and there. So I'm interested to see on which parts of the map for us, you know, in Bassmaster Live and the private map, seeing where some of these hot spots become to be.
Such, the big moves are here. They're happening right now. We just watched it play out for an hour there.
Yeah, Brad Wiley, Tyler Rivette, a couple of these guys. There's 8 different anglers in our top 10 that started the day.
Oh, man. Well, we got a long way to go.
It's early.
Before we get to our weigh-in coming up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. That's when we'll decide who makes it into the weekend. Another very, very important day for the full field out here. Back to Jonathan Kelly. He said his are just going to keep getting bigger as we go throughout the day.
There are guys who didn't catch them yesterday who are catching them today. Brandon Lester among them. He's over 12 pounds right now.
You're gonna have the coolest shots of the day. Hopefully there's gonna be some fish catching involved. I'm glad I could provide that.
Great shot of a male right there. Heard Jonathan Kelly talk about it, seen it with Drew Benton. Hard bottom, and then shows you how clear that water is up in Spring Creek, and we're seeing a lot of solid stringers coming out of there early this morning.
All stages of the spawn going on right now on Seminole. Calendar tells us we still got a full month of winter left to go.
A lot of shiners right there.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Tell you what that largemouth's not doing, his job.
Yeah. Just say when he gets
to be on patrol, right?
When it gets to the spawn, you can see how they don't care about feeding. They're just, all these things are swimming around any other time of the year. They're staying away.
Oh, and Rivette called up with another 3-pounder. He's up to 14-12, back in the lead.
Sail right on in.
Ounces ahead of Corey Johnston.
It's actually open today. I don't know if that's good or bad. Somebody might have already been in here. I don't know.
Will Davis started the day with the lead, and you can see how far he has fallen. Lost a good one earlier. Got to see that. It was not
really
fun.
Good one.
Mike Iaconelli with a 5-pounder on Bass Track, a 5-pounder. Up to 6th place.
Yeah, there was a big concern for some big eyes on Bass Track. We talked about Iaconelli's weight could be high, could be lower than what he had on Bass Track. Jacob Porosnik was one who also came in with multiple pounds less. That was more of an error. His marshal, it was his first day ever being a marshal, plugged in the fish a little incorrectly, didn't know that it culled for himself, so he was trying to compensate and ended up, he did have a 7-pounder. That wasn't a mistake, but he had that 14 and change instead of 18.
Get on that outside edge and roll this on the outside edge looking for one.
But I just playing out a big item, huh?
Well, I mean, some of these, hey, the way it goes, some of these anglers don't even say a fish weight to marshals. The marshals
Right.
see it and they may plug it in
breeze,
unless
I
they
think, would be
ask and the
really
marshal or and the angler says it. But so it could be angler based, it could be marshal based, but
One of the
it
other
gives us
keys is something
more of
like
a
this
picture than
here.
otherwise.
It's a stick out point, like we've been going on a flat bank, and now I've got a little stick out point. We've got a little, there he is, good one, giant one, stay on baby, it's a giant. He had me stuck, it's a good one. Yes, yes. We were talking about it, raptors down. When they get it, they get it. So, flat bank, and then a little stick out point there. And that's a nice one. It's 2.5, 2 3/4. Number 2. What a bite. What a bite, dude. Good job, dude. That was a good little call my shot one.
Absolutely was.
Using 50
Well, that is
pound
an
Power Pro,
obnoxious
super
swim
slick
jig,
straight
too.
through, but these fish have gnarly teeth on them, so I retie after a bite like that when they choke it. Once again, I'm low on Molex jigs and I'm low on swammers, but we're getting through. This one's surviving, barely. That's how they've been biting it. I just got to keep going, keep going, keep going, get around those little high-end areas and get those good, accurate slip-in casts. And when that thing comes past one, that's how they've been eating it. Man, that was good. I needed to see that. Just needed that. Half-ounce Molex GT swim jig in crystal, and that big X-Zone swammer on the back. She's still good for another fish.
See Carl painting his braided line.
When it got me
Getting a lot
caught in
more
that reeds, I
camouflage.
saw its back hump up and I was like, it's a 5-pluser. It was wishful thinking. They literally eat it off the surface. Like they blow up on it. Such a cool bite. I haven't been able to throw back and like catch the female ever. That's not what you want to do at the cast. You want the cast to slip in. Nice and quiet. Just right at the last minute, just pull it up and let it just slip into those little areas. That's when one will ambush it hard.
Louisiana on top again. Derek Hudnall with 17 pounds, 5 ounces has taken the lead, coming up from 35th place, right ahead of Tyler Rivette by 5 ounces.
Hudnall was picked by a few people for last week at Okeechobee, and it didn't really find his way into the top 10. But
Well, that's because all the Louisiana guys were live scoping. They were not doing what we thought they would when we picked them. So that's Hudnall was just doing the traditional Louisiana way, you know. So that's why it didn't.
learned his lesson, I guess.
Fine line between moving and staying in motion and hitting new water and being quiet. You can't get too crazy through these pads ripping around. I'll never bite. Trying to pick my lanes with the Minn Kota, just trying to sneak through but still move water. There's just not enough bass here to like slow down and pick away. They're spread out. You gotta cover ground.
Got some underwater shots to look at.
Really good look at how clear that water is in certain parts of Lake Seminole and really where Carl's at. Very, very clear water. You're hearing him make the comment how to be very stealthy and quiet with his casts. And now, mind you, that's only a certain area of Lake Seminole. You know, you get kind of in the fish pond drain area to the Spring Creek, and that's where that water generally stays filtered, stays very clean. You get into the hooch, especially around our takeoff where Will Davis has been, that water has a lot more color in it, especially 2 weeks ago where it was very, very dark water. Well, it is great camera work right there. You feel like any cast. Very mesmerizing with Brian, Evie, and Carl this morning.
We had Carl in a 4-box, and it's just very clear what human beings will choose
all you
to
stare
watch.
At. Yes, yes.
Swim jig is so visible, and wow, when it gets bit, it's good stuff. One more look at this.
Fun way of bass fishing. Kind of pulling for a few more shots like that today, Tommy.
Absolutely. Well, Hawkins, the best start he's ever had on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Good on him. He's been a guy with a lot of desire, been working for a long, long time to get to this point. Derek Hudnall, though. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Tyler Rivette, also from South Louisiana. 1 and 2, 5 ounces apart on top of the leaderboard, according to Bass Track right now, with Corey Johnson and Gioia Fujita. Brad Watley rounding out our top 5. We're looking for the top 50 on this day, though. We got more to come from Seminole.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by T.H. Marine.
Into our third hour of fishing here on legendary Lake Seminole, Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite, Bainbridge, Georgia. Day number 2, moving day. You got to be in the top 50. That's the main objective for this day. Tyler Rivette on top right now. Derek Hudnall right behind him, trying to spoil Tyler's plan to start the season with 2 victories is what he's trying to do.
And Tommy, I know we are early, okay? I don't wanna jump the gun. But our footage on FS1, taking a look at that top 10, if it happens this way, looking at Tyler Rivette, Derek Hudnall at top of the leaderboard, there is potential. We are going to see the Hooch, Fish Pond Drain, Spring Creek, and the Flint on day number 3. But looking at your Mercury move of the day, just very consistent catches from an angler in a nutshell that needs to catch them here in the 2023 season. He has definitely been off the last couple years trying to get some traction. This lake definitely setting up well. Mercury move of the day, Louisiana angler. Good to see him back in the mix here. Derek Hudnall, Mercury move of the day.
That's the kind of starting limit, Tommy, that you go catch a 6-pounder and call out a 2 and change, and you're up in the mid-20s where you need to be for the rest of the
You're all in the mix.
Yes. Absolutely. That's the way the 6 anglers that we are in the boat with all day long are distributed around Lake Seminole right there. Different looking places, many of them. Spent a lot of time with Jonathan Kelly. So we see Fuentes, we catch the biggest one we've had on camera today.
Yeah, Rivette's last fish after Hudnall took the lead was a 5.5-pounder. He's up to 18 even on the day. And guess who? A previous winner is right around that mark, too. A previous winner on Seminole.
Mark Aganelli
had a bad event, or day 1. David Fritz. He's got 18 pounds today. He was 98th yesterday. He's right outside our top 10 right now at 12th with 18 even, a bunch of 4-pounders.
Man, what a day.
That was an ominous delivery, Such. I like
sorry. I didn't know where
mysterious.
Yeah, a little trivia in there that he was the other winner in our field.
Guess who was
from
the moment he opened the door.
Won an event and now has fish.
think he won here in 1994. He said on stage with 94 pounds, it was actually 91 pounds and 3 ounces.
So you're saying, Such, tomorrow we could see live scope, sight fishing, and a flasher all on Bassmaster Live.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, good one, Ronnie.
Why not?
These old guys and their technology.
Will Davis, your leader, still trying to get caught up. Lost a good one earlier today. Whoop, hold on. Hold on. No. Well.
Oh, buck.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Get him close to
7.4 extra heavy
top 10.
MMA rod. Gotta get them out of there because I can get you in that mat in this bad shape. 20-pound cigar.
Tommy, Drew Cook specifically in his preview on Monday with the Bassmaster podcast talked about this grass up in the Flint. He wasn't quite sure how it got here or why it's there, but how thick and how hard it is to fish. Yet we see Rivette and Will Davis both being successful in and around it.
We did see Tyler around it yesterday, for sure. Back to Jonathan Kelly.
Austin Felix had 19 pounds, 4 ounces yesterday. He's in our top 10. His fish all just came in at once. He's got a 4.8 and a 14-pound limit. He's up into second place.
One 4.
It's about how I started yesterday.
I announced I had a 5-pounder. He just added a 5-pound, 6 ounce on his bass track to 13.10, third place. Big fish being caught and some moving.
Just got reports from the truck that Tyler Rivette and his marshal today, that 5-pounder, they got it on video. May show it at the screen knowledge in just a minute. Caught on a spinning rod.
Whoa, what? What?
Not what he was doing yesterday. In the same area, but just maybe he saw one on bed. And
also kind of shows you how close you can be or far from catching them. Carl Jacobson with definitely a slower morning here today, and really just fishing right around the corner from Derek Huddle early on day 2.
Acted like he was going to go destroy it. I got it. Oh, it's another big one. Don't. Please stay on there, girl. Oh, I don't know how I got this fish hooked. No, 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 no. Oh my goodness. Don't go by that tree. Don't go by that tree. No, 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 no. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here. Where you at? Where you at? Yes. Oh, thank you, Lord. Man, it takes forever. They're quality fish, but man, it's probably another dang near 4-pounder, I think. Oh my goodness. Stressed out. That's 2 good ones. We got 3. That's 2 good ones. I don't know, man. I feel like maybe these fish are leaving. I'm just not seeing as many today, but I got plenty of time. I mean, it's only 10:15. Oh, I'm so glad that fish ate. I dropped my drop shot down there, and it like a lot of them are doing right now. It was going to the bottom, and the fish came to it, started down on it, and then went away from it, and then it hit the bottom, and she came back and ate it. So, whew, that was big time right there, man. Just gonna keep plugging around. Man, these gnats they're terrible. I'm gonna put my old Grundon hoodie on. I'm covered in them all over my legs, see?
Give you another look at that catch just saw from Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, and he is not getting a lot of bites, but definitely the right quality for Joey Cifuentes. And like we said, doing something totally different like we saw last week on Okeechobee. And you could see those treetops. It is absolute landmines all around him, saying how many big ones he lost yesterday, still weighing in just under 20 pounds, around the right caliber, and for the most part, completely left alone here on Lake Seminole.
Ike filled his limit and has gotten into a virtual tie, I think, with Tyler Rivette.
Thankfully, no trees right there, too.
Other thing I asked Cifuentes after the weigh-in yesterday, all of his damage on a drop shot.
Eat it, come back and eat it.
You could tell he leans on him. He's not using very light line.
No, she ain't having it. She's thinking about it. Come on. Boy, it's so much tougher today to get these fish to bite.
What I was going to say, Tommy, is he has not been able
There's a couple good ones sitting right here on this log.
To add any other baits in the mix out there, a jig, a worm. It has all been a drop shot.
Wow.
Those gnats look fun.
Looks like a horror movie.
Good.
Yeah.
Bugging out.
Gonna roll. Well, what did we get? 2 out of here, 2 little guys. It's not the start we've wanted, but it's how fishing goes. Plenty of time, not due until 4:30. This bite, I feel, only gets better as the afternoon rolls. May have to make a few adjustments, but I feel like if the conditions get right, I can catch them on this. This is the way I can win. Any other way, I'd be surviving. I want to survive today, but if I can continue to dial this in and get some new areas, I need to catch them so I can have the freedom to go and like find some even new areas. I got to do that a little bit yesterday, so took out a few areas and added a few areas. Got some really good stuff coming up to fish. This is where one should be. Call the shot again. See, right on that point. Look at all the bait. Bunch of little shad. No big ones. You don't want it to do that. You don't want it to pull through and like skip away. You want to sort of straight line pull it so it just comes through and comes off. Oh! What happens there is they try and grab it right as it gets up on one of those sticks. It's the most common thing that happened to me yesterday, and they just don't get it. You big sook, come back. Had a real go at it, but when it's coming over one of those sticks and they try and get it like that, you end up pulling it away from them. Another decent boil.
Carl Jochimson trying to get it going. You heard him say it gets better and better later in the day, and he's going to fish till 4:30 local time, so that's possibly a good sign. And Mike Iaconelli, whose win here at Lake Seminole came back in 2002 on the Bassmaster Tour, the precursor of the Bassmaster Elite Series, tied on top with Tyler Levet, who won last week, as a matter of fact. Some good stories boiling out there for us today. We're going to keep an eye on everything as we move ahead on day 2.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Thanks for joining us here today on Bassmaster Live. This is day 2 on Lake Seminole. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite here, Bainbridge, Georgia. Fantastic host community right there. On top of the leaderboard, very interesting story. Michael Iaconelli and Tyler Levet. Iaconelli looking for his 9th Bassmaster win. Tyler Levet looking for his 2nd Bassmaster Elite Series win in 2 weeks. So kind of 2 different stories working right here. A lot of changes up and down that leaderboard today. Very interesting fishery. It gives us lots of different looks and lots of different ways to approach it.
All right.
Will Davis upper right had the lead to start today. Almost 22 pounds for him, and very slow going so far today for him.
Very, very. And the one thing you're seeing with at least some of the bigger bags that have come in so far today, it is not running and gunning and covering water.
Right
The majority of the bigger stringers so far today, guys that have basically put their trolling motor down and not moved 50 yards.
Drew Benton, one of the favorites, is left up there. Still not getting a big one into the live well yet today. Super slow for Frazier. Joey Cifuentes had fallen out of the top 10 and fished his way back in. 2 big ones and a smaller fish in the live well for him.
Yeah, one of the things Fuentes said about that 22-foot flat out there with all that timber, he said he doesn't know why. You know, we talked about it earlier. One common thread out there, he said there is a ton of crappie on that 22-foot flat, but he said there was certain magic trees on day one that would constantly reload. And we're not talking about big offshore schools in spring for Joey Cifuentes. They were more 2 or 3 fish schools, and he even made the comment a lot less that he's seeing out there today.
One slow morning, but it's gonna pick up. It's gonna pick up big time.
Keith Combs making a move. He's over 15 pounds today. He's 13th place, up from 71st.
Guys are either catching them or they ain't catching them. There was a lot more running around yesterday.
Mike Anelli still doing a lot of his damage where he caught them early yesterday. Not quite as much pressure in that little pocket.
We mentioned the hurricane back in 2018 tore out a lot of the standing timber, especially the tops of it. But this is a look underwater where Joey Cifuentes is right now.
Yeah, and you get a really good look at a lot of deep grass out there and very, very clean water, but there's been a lot of damage in that area for some lower units here. Not in just the last week, the last ever. That is perfect shot from Wes Miller out there on the water today. Wes actually ran into a little boat issue yesterday and was stranded in Spring Creek for
I didn't hear that.
Well,
we don't need that. We don't need that happening.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he let that camera boat driver know, too. Really good look at the hydrilla out there, and that has been a blessing and a curse for Joey Cifuentes. Catching fish out a lot of that flooded timber, but also losing a lot of big ones.
And he is in the middle of a Nat Hatch Supreme right now, just in case you're wondering what's crawling the screen there.
Cameraman may or may not want this pattern to dissipate so they can maybe make a move. Who knows?
about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert. Another Louisianan angler, Caleb Summerall, 6 pound, 1 ounce. He's got him inside the cut currently at 46th with only 2 fish. He started in the 60s.
Got 2 Louisianans on top of our leaderboard, tied as a matter of fact. Iaconelli and Rivette. I'm sorry. We had Rivette and Hudnall, Iaconelli, of course, from New Jersey.
He's yelled quite a bit.
Louisiana is not going to claim Iaconelli.
Yeah.
Louisiana is not claiming Iaconelli, Tommy. It's not going to happen.
Well, he claimed Louisiana in 2003.
Yeah,
that's right.
Just that. That's the only time.
Won him a classic down there.
Still one of the most played videos of his scream celebration on that last catch.
No.
I mean, it is. I see it once a week, twice a week on social media randomly.
Did you see it tattooed anywhere?
No, I didn't see a video tattooed anywhere.
Oh, I thought you were referring to Never Give Up.
No, his celebration.
Well, just by going off of what we have seen so far this morning, and Such hit it about an hour ago, you are going to see Matt just have that vibe with our cameras out on the water today on Bassmaster Live. You're going to see some wicked shifts in the leaderboard today.
Well, a guy like Pat Schlopper, he just caught a 3 pound, 14 ounce he put on Bass Track. He's up to 16 1/4. Put him back in 11th place. He started 75th. Like Bill Lone last week. Big day 2 bag gets you right back in the game. Just Drew Cook is still stuck on 2 fish. He's fallen to 39th.
Well, for all of the 6 or 5 and change days we've had of competition this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, the big bag in the lead has been a precarious thing.
Yes.
No one has been able to repeat one of those heavyweight performances as yet.
Like Will Davis said, there's still time. He's got time.
No, he's confident. Feels comfortable here. River fishing should feel comfortable in May. We'll be going to the Coosa River.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Cut his teeth fishing the Coosa River.
I almost feel like there's too many Coosa River guys that know Lay Lake well, that they're going to be fishing a lot of the same stuff. You know, like they're on top of each other, trying whatever little secrets they may have that time of the year. So it'll be very difficult if you're saving all the Coosa River guys for your Drain the Lake there. Just like the Mississippi River last year, not all of them are going to find that home field success.
That's one of the smaller lakes we're going to be on. I mean, past several years, I think it's like 12,000 acres.
I believe the high school kids are fishing Lay Lake this weekend for the Bassmaster High School Series. See how they do in February at Lay compared to when we go in May.
Okay, a little lull. I got a little trivia, a little Georgia trivia. It ranks #1 in Waffle Houses in the United States. Second place is Florida with 186. Within 25, heck, within 50, how many Waffle Houses are there in Georgia? The state of Georgia.
What was the first state? The number?
Florida is second with 186. North Carolina has 183. South Carolina 171.
Georgia's
See, you
the
got
leader.
none. Georgia is first in the nation with Waffle Houses. How many do they have?
Are you hungry? How do you find
I'm starved.
this?
How do you want a big old waffle, some eggs and sausage?
How do you even find this
I
stat?
watch TV.
Viral fights
Watches the
from
Waffle
restaurants or
House
something?
channel. Yeah. 200, even 200.
Z, you got a guess? How many?
198.
I'm going to go 209.
Be nice to set up
Suge.
on
Ronnie, what'd you say?
198.
433 Waffle Houses
Wow.
in the state of Georgia.
Wow. Should be one on the lake here if
Wow.
that's the case.
No, it's a Huddle House city, Bainbridge is.
You'll have to let us know how much your royalties check is for that random fact of the day.
I get a free cup of coffee.
There's some of that standing timber. I was expect to see baits all over those things down there. But strangely enough, no.
Wes Miller getting the goods
He is.
up in Spring Creek for us today. No doubt about it.
Tommy, when the lake was low, I made a trip to the Waffle
Oh,
Houses
you-
and to
you
Seminole and took all
harvested
the
all
baits
that.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, ate all the
Like,
scattered and covered and
Yes.
smothered hash browns in Georgia.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
A little bit of a slow period right now. You got to think it's going to bust open at some point today. Michael Iaconelli, former Classic champ, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, former Bass Nation champ. He's taken over the leaderboard from last year's Bass Nation champion, Will Davis. Tyler Rivette also up there in the top spot. Austin Felix had a big one yesterday. Fujita Hudnall, Corey Johnston, Bob Downey, and Joey Fuentes hanging in there in the top 10. Got more to come.
Yes, we will take it right out of commercial break. Tommy, I think you talked about it yesterday. In this region, cherry
get in that
blossom
tree.
season is upon
that
us.
tree.
Did you not say that yesterday? Wait,
That's something
was
to
it
that effect.
azaleas?
And nothing even sounding like that, but it's the same general sentiment. Yeah.
They're out.
Maybe that was just a tribute to our friend Stevie Janowski from Eastbound and Down, but he is not the power pole replay of the day. It is this guy right here, Joey Cifuentes. Two big ones on a drop shot, forward-facing sonar, 22 feet of water. Not getting a lot of bites, but definitely the right ones. Yes, indeed. Cherry blossom season is upon us. Joey Cifuentes, you are the power pole replay of the day, my friend. We're actually going to get back out with him live right now, having a solid rookie season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Absolutely, he is that. The Clinton, Arkansas resident.
He'll be one to watch for our smallmouth swing as well. Great up north.
Well,
Don't go in that tree. Not a giant, but number 4. There's another one down there.
Jeez, already barging.
Ronnie, you nailed it. He's got a big flotilla for a Friday.
Far from home as well. Now, if it was Drew Cook or Drew Benton and, Finley and the whole gang down in Florida were there, I could see how the locals would have a big flotilla. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, wanted to show you at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge a little bit about areas that Jonathan Kelly, Joey Cifuentes, places like that, and how they're going to factor this week. We saw a lot of anglers start a little offshore, whether that depth range was 6 to 12 feet or even a little bit shallower, but off the bank. But we're seeing those guys, the extreme deepest, succeed today, as well as the guys who are up as shallow as can be. And looking at some of the contours in and around Spring Creek, a lot of these places that may dump into a bay, they have a lot of close access to deep water. This dark blue is the creek channel, the deepest part of Spring Creek. The light blue is that mid-depth, 9, 10 feet, maybe up to 12 feet in range. And then obviously yellow and green are in that 6 to 10, 4 to 6 foot range. So as you see some of these contours, as it turns and twists, some of these points where it bunches up close, you're seeing Joey Cifuentes fish off of these points within eyesight of the bank, and he is way out depth-wise, like you said, Z, 22, 24, 25 feet. And it's not all clear. This looks like it's probably just a simple, clear creek channel. It's littered with timber, like we've said. Some of these points where it gradually does come up to shallower 6 to 10 foot range, there's going to be a lot of big trees, a lot of sawed-off trees. You want to make sure not only that you aren't pitching and getting stuck in trees, but when you fight a fish, that you have a route you can bring them back into the boat. And as you get, this is a little closer to Fish Pond Drain in the mouth of that, how it comes from Spring, the Chattahoochee to the west, Spring Creek from the north, and Flint from the east, and how it all converges here before it dumps to the dam. And some of these creeks that run way up into these spawning areas, we'll start to see some of these anglers poke their nose in there as these fish maybe transition from the depths with the warm water as they start to head towards the spawn. So breaking down some of these areas that we've seen anglers, you're going to see guys within maybe 50 yards of each other, and one's in 20 feet and one is looking at one on the bed because they're on the move, whether they're coming off the bank out post-spawn or coming from the pre-spawn ready to do their deal. So it's very interesting to see how some of these areas you can have totally diverse patterns right beside each other.
Interesting map. Thank you, Ronnie. Good stuff. We're going to head back out to Jonathan Kelly right now from the Keystone State of Pennsylvania.
A couple of big fish report. Paul Mueller, 5-pounder. Shane LaHue, a 5'10". He's up to 5th place.
And Ronnie, this really wraps up what you were just talking about. You see Joey Cifuentes fishing out in 22 feet of water in spring, and right around the corner, Jonathan Kelly fishing on really, really shallow flats. Call it 2 to maybe 4 feet of water.
Well, that was quite the change right there. First cast with a different rig. Zoom's linky. Needed that one. We got 5. I noticed there's just so many cruising fish, and it's so hard to kind of see the bed until you get right up on them, but that water is too clear. If you get right up on them, you're just spooking those fish right away. And it's hard to throw like a wacky rig or an eco rig with all the grass that's on these sandbars. So tied on just a weightless Texas rig and put a little nail weight in it. That one was a 2-pounder.
Are, as he predicted, getting a little bigger. Not big by leaps and bounds.
Enough to maybe survive. Yeah. That's the big deal. Is a lot of these anglers, there's 104 of them in our field this week, and there are 50 of them hoping to make tomorrow's cut. And then you're safe. You can fall from there, and you can only go to 50th if you fall. So some guys are desperately trying to at least make it to the day 3 cut.
Shane LaHue, a little bonus coverage there as we get to watch him, the angler from North Carolina, having a good day as well. Somewhere just around 18 pounds. That's good.
Tommy, absolutely. I heard you through the grapevine that Shane LaHue's on your fantasy team. Tell me your Drain Lake. So tell me how and why, because I need all the hints I can get.
Well, I've already told you one.
Well, that's off the record.
You mentioned that we talked about why you're not going to have too many people to put in Lay Lake. I think there'd be too many North Carolina people to put into Lake Murray, so you have to distribute them elsewhere.
Okay.
We got St. Cooper too, so the Carolinians divvy them up.
Yeah. Hey, it's working.
It's actually Carl Jacobson down in the left-hand corner. Carl having a slow morning and starting to see some very consistent bags around that region of Lake Seminole caught outside of some of those pockets today.
yesterday, and I knew it was there, and I just did a big long flip towards roughly where I thought it was, and it didn't even get to the bottom. I think that's it right there.
Got about 12 to 14 anglers without bass track today, or without a marshal, whether they put it in on their own. We've seen 1 or 2 out of those 14 do it. So some of your favorite anglers may not have a marshal today. Don't be concerned. Wait till weigh in.
All right. A lot of stories to be resolved at weigh-in today. Among the anglers we're spending the whole day in the boat with, here's the man who has done the best of all of them, Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, it's been a very, very diverse day, at least where we have had cameras in the boat of a lot of your leaders from day number 1, Joey Cifuentes. Sort of power finesse fishing up in Spring Creek, but look for a lot more of this later this afternoon. Skies starting to get very high, very bright. As Drew Benton said, don't worry, it is definitely coming. And whenever you get to a body of water where it is really playing all over the system, from the Flint, Chattahoochee, Fish Pond Drain, up into Spring Creek, look for a big afternoon on Seminole on Bassmaster Live.
Here in just a minute, we're going to flip over to live mix coverage for you. That goes on for an hour, and then at noon, it's Dave and Davey. Davey Height and Dave Mercer will be bringing us our on-site coverage. That's always worth listening to. We always get some new perspectives from those two, and we'll be back here in the studio to wrap up the final 2 hours of fishing starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Day number 2, all about making it into the top 50, the survival day and the moving day if you're from way down there trying to move up. We'll be back in a little while. Live mix on the way.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Local traffic today. Everything's prime. I've got no excuses right now of why they aren't biting. It has changed, but it should have changed for the better. This should be just unbelievable. So good. Watercolor's just perfect. Oh, there's a boil. Oh, he came for it. Had a bit of grass on it. Hmm. Two and a half and a 1.5 in the well. Not many bites. I mean, for the next couple hours, I'll be around all of my primo stuff for the swim jig. We've got a few things in our pocket. We've got stuff to punch where I think I can get some bites. And I got this backwater that we've got to go to in about an hour. And hopefully get some bedding fish back there. Other than that, I'll keep pushing this, just keep moving in and out, pad stems, water willow, lily pads, outside edge, inside edge, I gotta just keep moving. I'll run into them. Need 10 pounds to make the cut and another 20 to stay in the hunt, or high teens at least. It's only going to get tougher on everyone as this tournament goes, I think. The only thing that's changed is the water's come up. 100%. Which to me should have only made all of this better. Water clarity is just enough to be able to see a bedfish if there was one. wish I could get a few more bites out of this flooded stuff, because this just seems to be where the big ones are sitting. Yeah, it's just doing something. It's repositioned them. I've got to let this thing sink more. I've got to, just a little different, but it could be just location. I just got to move, get near the bank more. I'll just keep, I just know when this swim jig gets near one, they get it. So just got to keep it pushing for a little bit and get throwing it in different areas. I got to try burning it. I got to try slow rolling it, letting it sink. They'll tell me something here in a minute. This little corner, premium real estate now. Need to get a bite off one of these outside clumps, because there's definitely fish around here. Oh. Got him. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Little guy, but it's a keeper. Jeez. I'm just gonna try and get him, try and win it half a pound at a time. Oh, there's a keeper. 1 pound. Could make a difference if I catch 2 big ones, so I gotta put them in there. It looked like a good one boiled, and then that one ate. Man, what are the little ones doing up there? Yeah, working at them. Big one's gonna eat it here any minute. It's too right, everything's too good. Just caught my third. It was not a monster, but it was a bite. We've got to get 5 first. Ooh. I wasn't watching that, but it just felt right. Man, any one of these casts is a 5-6 pounder. 5-6 pounder right now would get me in the cut. It would do a lot of good things. It's kind of what we need. Need a big bite. I feel really good. It just a little bit more wind, but other than that, everything's right. Everything's good. I do need to punch a little bit, because I did get some really nice bites punching in practice. And with the water coming up, a bit more water underneath those mats, the punch bite could be really back on. It looks great. All of this water looks good. It's getting left alone. It's not a... There might be more in the pads. Definitely had more bites in the pads, but this is the sort of stuff where my big ones have come from. All of these little isolated clumps, the mat's blown up against the edge. This is bass heaven. Little isolated clump like that. That's what you want to look for. Just bring it right across that front edge. Kill it. Stay on, stay on. I think he came off. He did. They keep biting it like right when it gets to one of these clumps, and can't be doing too much of that. It's got to be the last one. Got to be 100% from here on out. Just a little bit fast on the trigger when you're bringing it up and it's about to hit it, and they whack it right when it's about to hit a piece of structure. It's really hard to stop and then set. Let them get it. For some reason, they always want to try and rush up on it and get it before it hits that piece. Oh, look at that snake. Oh, gizzard, big gizzard shad. See the snake? See him just cruising.
either they gonna bite or they ain't when you throw it in there most of the time. All right, my friend, we're gonna ease on out of him. Go catch some fish.
You gotta look that way to catch a bass that way. That's what it takes.
How red his eyes are.
Probably a bed right there, I'm sure. It'll be a color, I think. We still got that little one in, really little one in there. Probably shut my lights off. Definitely get rid of the one. On 11. So we got number 4, we gotta go. 1, 3, 4. Yes. All about patience, that's for sure. They're around, it's just get one to bite is not the easiest thing.
Just keeping this hyacinth punch bite honest, because I did get some really nice bites punching in practice. When the water comes up like this, sometimes it'll just pull that mat up a little bit more and they'll really stack up underneath it, but the bites are few and far between doing it, but when you get one, it'll be a big one too. I'm just don't want to do it for too long. Just going to do it in these little stretches and then get back to swimming a jig. I'm about 30 minutes off going up into the sight fishing spot. It's a bit of a mission to get up in there. Hoping that will save the day. There's some big ones in there. Got lots of options. Plenty of time. I knew it was going to be tougher, but I need to just get back dialed in again. This island here looks really good coming up. These little stick outs have been super key. Trying to get one to come out from under this mat and just annihilate it like they did yesterday. That wind's good. Need that to keep ripping. If I was going to catch one, it's going to be somewhere around here. This is nice. This is real nice. There's so much water to fish here. It's just like any turn's a new stretch, a new bank, but you got to be careful because you can get stuck and you look and you haven't gone anywhere. So you just got to keep moving water, keep fanning, try and get a bite and then lock that down a little bit. But even then, it's still, even with a good weight, it's still one here, one there. I've got to pick away at them. That was the sort of cast that would be almost a guarantee yesterday. But high water definitely just Messed them up just a touch. I'd like to be getting a lot more bites. Gotten out of the big lily pad fields for a while, and that's where we've had most of our bites, so I need to get back in the lilies. There's a bunch just around this corner.
That should have been a bite. I think got a cold one. Maybe. Maybe not. He's not very big. We're just gonna weigh him. Can't be but a 2.5 pounder or 2 pounder. 229. Put that on number 5. Oh, I forgot the numbers. My 229. Yellow. This was my other little one. Might beat him. 100%. Now this one's 2.5. Man, I gotta get a couple 3-pounders. So yellow is smaller. But we did make a slight cull. All right, we're gonna make a move. We'll go do something.
Small coal. Go try something new. We're grinding, guys. We're working. It's gonna happen. Stay with me. How are all the Aussies doing? Still awake? Catch a big one, get them fired up. It's a lot tougher than yesterday, but I haven't been getting a ton of bites anyway. That was a pike. Looked like good bass. Man, flooded conditions, higher water. I can't think of anything better than this swim jig. All of this stuff is just flooded perfectly. Oh, there's a wake. Looked a little pikey, but oh. I hope that was a pike. That was weird. It was caught on the branch and he ate it. Ate it off the branch. Didn't get the hook. There's definitely some movement happening around here. Bait flicking, there's a few good swirls.
acting right. This one, it ain't acting right because I'm too close to it, I think. But it ain't very big. That one just ain't acting right.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
A full field for the second day in a row for the second stop of 2023 in the Oak City, Bainbridge, Georgia. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. It is, as Tommy Sanders always calls it, moving day. Got to move yourself inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive. But look at that leaderboard. It continues to change. But atop the leaderboard, Joey Cifuentes is your leader. I've spent all weekend learning how to say that, Davey.
That was incredible. That was almost as the way you were singing the gun show last week. I mean, I was almost as impressed with that.
Oh, no. Please don't bring it back. Joey Cifuentes, your tournament leader. Mike Iaconelli right behind him. Tyler Rivette, last week's champion, in third place. But let's get caught up on all the doings on this incredible body of water, Lake Seminole, and what's been going on with your Toyota midday report.
Well, Dave, this tournament is not shaking out exactly like we thought it would, but one person that we knew to keep an eye on yesterday and today, Drew Benton. He's caught a lot of fish like a lot of these other anglers. His average size has certainly been better than most, but the size that he was expecting to catch coming in this tournament, his home lake, Lake Seminole, has not quite been what he wanted. The biggest disappointment, I think, with Drew Benton and Drew Cook yesterday, their starting spot out on the Flint River did not pan out for him, so that he had to turn to this, sight fishing yesterday and today. And they seem to just be catching a lot of males. Some good males, 3.5 to 4.5 pounders, but you need those 6 or 7 pounders to really make hay on Lake Seminole.
Everybody was talking about the Drews. Well, you know what? Jonathan Kelly didn't like it, and he said, you better talk about me, and giving us a good reason to talk about him today.
Yeah, Jonathan Kelly had a great day yesterday. Was, I think, the first one in the weigh-in line, wanting to bring you that good bag of fish he caught yesterday. Today, a little slow for him, dropped down currently, unofficially, in 12th place, fishing back in Spring Creek a little farther than some of the other anglers that are doing well, but he's not by himself. There are some other anglers there around him. Fishing these sandy areas off of these lily pads and your shallow vegetation, primarily between like the pad area and the hydrilla, those bare spots where sand is, where these fish set up to spawn.
His second season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's been waiting for a big coming out event, and this might just be it for Jonathan Kelly. But we can't forget about our tournament leader, the Cowboy, Joey Cifuentes, Davey Height, and guess what? Forward-facing sonar is playing once again.
It's really been interesting. The first two tournaments of the season were two tournaments that a lot of people thought, including myself, we probably won't see a lot of that, and we have not seen a lot of that. But we did see the winner last week, Tyler Rivette, using the forward-facing sonar in the Kissimmee River. Joey, one of the few people. I actually went down there yesterday morning at takeoff. I had no idea who would be there doing that. You kind of expect to see maybe a Patrick Walters or some other guys. Maybe Tyler Rivette just can't stop doing it. And I saw Joey there fishing deeper than I expected to see guys with the temperatures we've had, but he's fishing down 22 feet of water.
Joey Cifuentes, the Cowboy. Cowboys like to roam, and that's what he's done. He's done some. You can't always know what a Cowboy's going to do, and you don't really know what we're dealing with here at a lot of events. We make a lot of jokes. We say the Cush guys back at the studio. Well, we're dealing with a hornet infestation here, Davey Heights, so we're taking our life in our hands doing this segment, but I think we can do it.
I think we can. We've got some help here, and they went and got some spray, so we're better off. I only see a few now, so I'll look out. Oh, there's one on your neck. No, I'm just kidding. But I think we'll be fine under here. They got them under control now. But I tell you where some people are doing fine is out on Lake Seminole. It's an absolute beautiful day, very low winds. Had some fog this morning that was always a little tricky for those anglers to maneuver, especially on a place like Lake Seminole. But no wind, perfect conditions for sight fishing. I think we'll see the stringers get better and better as the day progresses.
You know what we need, Davey? We need a couple of cowboy hats, and that way we'll keep the hornets off our neck or ears or extremities. Joey Fuentes caught me up on that one.
I think got a cold one. Maybe. Maybe not. He's not very big. We're just gonna weigh him. Can't be about a 2.5 pounder or a 2 pounder. 229.
Dubox, Joey Fuentes, and Carl Jacobson.
Little isolated.
Carl Jacobson, wow, what a start to this
to try
season.
and get it in practice, and I pulled it away from him. So 4 or 5 pounder had eased the nerves a little bit. I got like a 20-minute idle into this backwater, which sucks when you've got 3 little ones, but I got to do it yesterday with a good limit. Makes it a lot easier, but we'll try and catch one here, and then we're going to go up and try and catch some of these bed fish.
It's so fun to watch Bassmaster Live, to see Carl Jacobson fishing. A lot of the fish I've seen him catch have been like 1 foot, maybe 18 inches deep. And you see Joey Fuentes fishing 20 and 22 feet deep on the bottom with a drop shot. So it shows you there is a lot of different scenarios going on as far as where these fish are on Lake Seminole.
Carl Jacobson, an incredible start to this season. Actually started the day as our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. Carl Jacobson, a little tougher day today.
This is from earlier this morning. You see he's casting right up to these little islands of vegetation. Some of them are just mats. Some of them are reeds that have other floating vegetation around them. But the big thing with him is how shallow he is fishing. He's not just fishing up to the pads. He's fishing on the backside of them, as shallow as they actually are. And you see that fish actually came from behind that bait. So, a number of his fish have been in less than a foot of water. Using a bigger swim bait.
Had a pretty big fish.
Said that he thinks that it's just
Chase
these
this
fish are
jig.
trying to kill
Tried to
this
eat it
around
a
their
couple times in
potential
practice.
bedding areas.
I haven't been here. It's just on the back side of this island. I'm going to try and catch that, and then we're going to go into this backwater pond area and try and get some sight fish going. They're definitely off this. They had 2 days of practice. They were just wiping this jig out. And then full tournament day, wiping it out, and then now it's just like not a thing, like hardly a bite. This is when you got to make good adjustments, Do you stick with it? Are they going to bite it this afternoon? If I run the right area, will they bite it, or have I got to just totally change up? It's the joys of tournament fishing. It's always different. It's easy if they were just biting this and I could just go again, but that's never the case. Kind of the fun part, although it's stressful. It's like I've got to figure it out. I've got to make an adjustment, make a move. It's one right little move now, everything changes. One right cast.
Looks like a different area for Joey Cifuentes. Or is that the same area he's been fishing?
No, that's totally different. It could be the same general area. I can't tell exactly by that tight shot, but it's not the depth or the technique that he's been fishing.
Missed it, and then should be right there somewhere.
Really surprised because he just caught a fish that
threw back there.
He was weighing. It was either help him or very, very close. So it's not like he hadn't had a bite in an hour or so.
Could it be he's just trying to keep that area and he slid off somewhere that he's still got an eye on it?
It could be, and
pressuring him.
It's a fairly big area, but yesterday, like I said, yesterday morning he started there. There was actually a boat. They're fans of his. I don't know. They could be family. But there was a boat there, like, waiting on him to get there yesterday morning to cheer him on, and they were there this morning also. So I think he was kind of all in on that area, but circling it for a day and a half, I could see where maybe he wants to just mix it up a little bit. The area that he's in, I've fished it for years. There's a local guy here, Ted Martin. I've fished it a number of times with him 15 years ago. It's in Spring Creek, but it's not just like the creek channel. There's an area that I don't know, and I even asked Ted this. He's lived here his whole life. So like a sinkhole or a pond there many, many years ago, something because it's almost like I heard Zona describe it as a flat, but it's a big depression, like a big hole that the creek runs through, because the creek channel itself is 20 feet deep in there, that area. But there's this one area where he's at, and I've fished it many, many times, that is like a big hole, and way Zona described it, it's kind of a flat area, but it's 20 to 22 feet deep.
Flat.
Yeah. Typically, you just have a good break there between hydrilla and no hydrilla, or it's amazing because I was there with my, Mega Live, and the fish that I saw, or the fish that he's fishing for, on the bottom, within 2 feet of the bottom, those fish are 20 to 22 feet deep, which I think those fish winter in there. And they haven't, they don't know that it's 80 degrees on the surface of the water. Not the water itself, but outside the surface. They don't, they are the latest spawners in this lake, in my opinion. I've caught them there spawning in mid-late April.
I feel like yours should be called Mega Live. I mean, you should Live? See the size of the graph on Davey Heights' boat. Let's just put it this way. I mean, like, what size is that graph?
It's so big that I have to get another Dakota lithium battery to power it, let's say. Or I have to change to that because it uses up some power. But I love it. I mean, I'm 57 years old. My eyes aren't good as they once were. And, boy, I can sit in my driver's seat and read the front graph. It's that big.
Is it a 19-inch?
19-inch, Apex.
Reluctant to share the size, but I think it's the biggest one you can get. And Davey Height doesn't deserve that. Who does?
What Carl's doing, I really like it, and I've fished the area that he's in a lot. Also, he's talking about making a change. He's not getting the bites that he has been. It's so hard, or it was for me as a fisherman, when they're biting a big swim bait, a big jig, and you just think, man, I only need a few bites. It's hard to make that change down to let's throw a 5-inch Cinco, or let's do something more subtle because something's going wrong with the bite on this big jig. It's just like going from using mega baits down is much more difficult than going up from a finesse technique or a Carolina rig to a big bait.
Wonder if we can get our camera guy to ask Joey why he moved. I want to know. Let's use technology.
It is a good question.
I'm just going to throw it out there. And right now I'm envisioning the truck scrambling or ignoring every word I say like they normally do.
You keep in mind, he doesn't know that he's officially unofficial. He's the official, unofficial leader. He might think, man, it's slowed down. They're probably really catching them today.
Yeah, but we don't have to tell them anything.
No, we
This
don't
camera
have to
guy
tell
just
them.
has to say, hey, Joey, why the move? Should I text Joey?
Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't text him personally because my luck, about the time he would look at his phone, he would get a bite and lose that 8-pounder, and it would be my fault.
Yeah. I'm nervous a lot around Joey, to be honest, because every time he calls me, his roommate's Larry Nixon, and I know Larry Nixon's in the truck with him. And I'm like, don't want to say something wrong.
Yeah. Larry wouldn't call you out on it.
No.
He's too nice a guy.
Not to my face.
Oops.
This could be one of those, I got to go get this out of my system moves,
Yeah.
too. Had all that drop shot I can stand for a little while. I got to go pick up my big rod and flip some of that mat.
Are you shocked by what he's primarily done here? Like, did you expect to see that this week?
I'm shocked by one thing. The drop shot and those fish are relating to the bottom as much as they are trees, but the bottom around those trees. Like I said, that's where I went yesterday morning because I thought we'd see it go down there, but I didn't think 20 feet deep. On the bottom in 20 feet. And I think that's why a lot of guys missed it. That's why I'm sure a lot of guys went in there and threw swim baits and jerk baits in Spring Creek around that timber. I'd say not many fished a bait on the bottom around those trees.
Micah Frazier trying to make his first top 10 of the season. His brother made a top 10 last week on Lake Okeechobee. Has a son named Barrett that really does not want to be my friend, Davey. I tried to talk to him on stage. I tried to talk to him at takeoff. Barrett does not like me, but...
Does Micah?
I think so. Yeah, I think
Not
so.
sure, but
I mean, he
think so.
doesn't cry when I put the microphone in his face like Barrett does, but it's my goal to become Barrett's buddy, and I think
You can
whether
do
it takes candy or what, I will become that kid's friend. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole, and Joey Cifuentes is your tournament leader. Mike Iaconelli in second, and wow, Tyler Rivette, talk
Absolutely.
about momentum, sitting in third place.
That's an incredible story. I mean, he is definitely in the hunt.
Lots more fishing coming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Bassmaster
Live.
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Day 2, Stop 2, 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series, and we are in the hometown of Kirby Smart, Bainbridge, Georgia, for the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. And there's your leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes, his second Elite Series event, and already atop the leaderboard. Mike Iaconelli trying to chase him down on the very location that he once had a victory. And Tyler Rivette, you know, they all say sometimes, Davey, if this guy learns how to win, look out. Well, this might be one of those cases.
Absolutely incredible what we saw Tyler Rivette do last week. Stayed around the lead, the top few anglers up until the last day. Did not lead the event until the last day. I think unofficially he took the lead with this fish on Sunday morning. And it was the gun show after that. Had a great day, held off a hard charge from a couple people, including Clark Wendland, who's had a lot of success there on Lake Okeechobee. But Tyler Rivette it was his tournament to win. He started out with a very different technique, a very different pattern than 99.9% of the field, and it paid off. He stuck with it.
Sun's out, guns out, and that family right there, we got to thank them because there's king cakes in every single trailer on this property. They are celebrating that victory, and Tyler giving them a reason to keep celebrating.
So I was really surprised yesterday morning that I did not see Tyler Rivette in Spring Creek throwing his jerk bait using his forward-facing sonar. But what do I know? He stayed in the Flint River for the most part and just stayed in our top 10 most of the day yesterday. Currently, he's in third place unofficially. So Tyler Rivette, momentum in the sport is huge, Dave Mercer. Momentum is huge, and you can see that with Tyler Rivette right now. Like you mentioned, some people said, man, if he ever wins one of these elites, look out, because he's had a lot of success at the college level, and now we are definitely seeing it at the Bassmaster Elite Series.
And so many times, Rock Mosley and Hank Cherry went out of their way and said, man, this guy he's really good. You know, and he was having a consistent career, but they've said, like, he is more than you're seeing. And you don't often hear pros that will go out of their way to give those kind of compliments to another pro. But definitely they were on point. Speaking of on point, cut off his sleeves yesterday. Got a little hot in there. Always one piece of clothing or another being affected by Tyler Rivette. But that's his VMC on point, and the gun show continues.
Absolutely. A great start here this week at Seminole. Very similar to his start last week at Okeechobee. Just hanging around, currently unofficially in third. The VMC on point. He is definitely on point this morning. A 3-pound 10-ouncer at 8.27, and by 10.05, a good solid limit, being anchored by a 5-pound 8-ounce fish there for him. So a great start this morning. One of the better starts that we've had yesterday or today. Mike Iaconelli got off to a good start yesterday morning, but I guess today is Tyler Rivette's day to be VMC on point.
Well, that's your VMC on point. And out of respect to my relationship with Mark Zone, I got to do it or he won't be my friend. Well, it's the gun show. That was just for Zona, and everybody else complained to him.
Do you think Zona's listening or
No, but I can tell him I did it.
Okay. Okay.
What do you think he's doing right now?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, wow.
I've known him for a long time.
Yeah?
He's watching. He's watching.
I'm
You know he's watching
something. Drew Benton, Jonathan Kelly, Will Davis, and Joey Cifuentes.
Will Davis with a great day yesterday. Not quite as, the start that he had yesterday morning, but a lot of time to fish. A lot of expectations with this young angler, Will Davis, from that Coosa River area. And a lot of people said this guy's a real deal. But all of our rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're the real deal. That's why they're here. They earned their right to get here.
Will Davis Jr., our reigning and defending Bass Nation national champion. And you look at the many Bass Nation national champions we have on tour, and there's one of them right there, Pat Schlopper.
Hello.
That's right. How ironic. He is.
You got us, Pat. Pat,
Yeah,
talk to me about that. You're a Bass Nation national champion. Several of you guys are making a living here in the Elite Series. Is there like a brotherhood? Like, did you welcome Will Davis Jr., or do you just hate him because he's this year's champ?
No, I don't hate any of them. No, it's special to be on that list of people. I just haven't met Will yet. He seems like a decent guy, and he won it on the same body of water where I won. So, no, it's cool between Polnick, Summerall, Will, Matty Wong, myself. That's a pretty dang good group of anglers that come out of the nation.
So, Pat, tell us a little bit about what you're doing. We're a little after midday on the second day of the tournament. Did you find what you're doing in practice, or is this kind of developed between yesterday and today? Tell us a little bit about exactly what you're doing.
I found this spot a month ago when I was here for pre-practice, and it was infested with fish then. And then I came here the first day of practice, and there was even further infestation. And yesterday I caught like 20 there, but they were small. And then today they just are not small. And there is an obscene amount of them there. I'm a long ways away from where I caught them right now, but they were still biting when I left. And I don't know. I don't know what could have happened if I would have expanded on it a little more yesterday and really dialed it in, but at least I did today.
Okay, so you're a long way away from. I noticed you weren't fishing, and we do appreciate you taking your time, but you could keep fishing, but you actually you backed off of the fish that you've caught today, and you're just kind of keeping an eye on it?
Well, I saw Kyle sneaking in, so I got away from there because there's been no other competitors anywhere near me, no other local JJs snooping around. So I just don't. It's a pretty special spot, so I'd like to have it for at least tomorrow. I mean, I don't think I'll be able to make the top 10 unless I have something crazy happen tomorrow. But I'm just trying to protect it a little bit. But who knows? They could all be small again tomorrow. So after this is done, I'm definitely going to go back and see what's around there still.
So without too much detail, can you tell us how you found it a month ago? Was it electronics or were you just fishing?
Well, I was actually, this lake's full of grass, and a lot of the grass, even in like 14, 15 foot, comes up to within like 2-3 foot of the surface, and it's just choked out. There's no holes. It's just really hard to fish. And the last day I was here, it was really crappy weather, so I was just kind of milling around on a flat with a chatterbait, and I caught one. Went a little further, caught another one, and I seen on live scope when I hooked the second one that just the whole bottom just lifted up, and there was just a ton of them. So I kind of got out of there, and then the same thing for practice here. I just kind of waited till no one was around, went over there, made 2 casts with chatterbait, caught 2 of them, and once again seen 20, 30 of them with it. So it's just a little irregularity in the grass line, and now today I actually expanded to within about 100 yards around it. Found some other areas that have some fish living in them too. So I'm pretty excited.
Thank you very much, Pat. For the love of God, get back to fishing. I'm nerve-wracked just watching you. Get back to fishing. We'll see what weigh in.
I had a kickstart and a snack. I'm ready to go.
Good luck.
Good luck, Pat.
Good luck. Local JJs. Translation.
Yeah, I started
Jim Jacks.
to say,
Jack Jims. Jim Jacks.
I don't know if you, because old JJ will come back and bite you.
Well, he was saying today, and I mean, Pat Schlapper not afraid to have a full-on interview in the middle of a bass tournament. Over to Drew Benton, pre-tournament favorite. And man, he's got to feel good with every bit of sunshine that continues to come out.
Oh, it's surprising to see. And maybe he wasn't fishing for that fish.
I don't know if he'll call, but we're going to
Oh, he was.
put him on the balance beam and find out.
Surprising to see him fishing for a fish that size this time of the day on day 2. Certainly don't have to tell him that. I'm sure he wasn't expecting this, but just like we saw with John Cox yesterday, things went from, wow, John Cox is not having a good day, to John Cox is in our top 10 just literally in about 15 or 20 minutes.
I have to keep reminding myself as well that a lot of these anglers have a 5 o'clock check-in time.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're used to this feeling like there's still a lot of fishing left. This is far from over.
Yeah, typically at 12:30 you're thinking, he's only got a couple hours left, but there's a number of guys that have 4 hours left, almost,
So he did get rid of one.
Drew Benton, a pre-tournament favorite, but going out this morning as a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, the man from Toowoomba, Australia. As I like to call him, the Thunder from Toowoomba, Carl Jacobson. And it's a pretty incredible visual right there.
It really is a good shot. Very familiar with where he's at right there. Spent a lot of time in that general area, the lower end of the Chattahoochee River. A lot of fish early in the season move up and spawn there, as Carl has obviously figured that out.
Nobody's worked harder than that guy to get here. Everything he's overcome, and, you know, it's just day one of the second event, but, man, what a feel-good story it is. Every time he has one of those big events throughout his career, whether it was a win or wasn't a win, it feels like he's building towards something. And, man, I'm hoping this season is his breakout season, because what a start.
Yeah, he's certainly off to a great start, and it's good to see him progress and become better and better. I think just his confidence level has gotten much better than maybe it was a few years ago. Fishing against him, one thing that does stand out about Carl Jacobson, when I might be fishing within sight of him and maybe catching him and he wasn't or whatever, he would never, like, move in on you or do anything. At way any site, man, I just didn't figure out the right bait or something. But he was always very respectful of your fishing areas, and I won't ever forget that.
Michael Frazier hooked up. Has every possible inch of his body covered with his sun protective device, yet he's wearing sandals.
That's a great point, as I often say.
Is that 4? Pitiful.
I remember back in the day when Randy Blockhead was fishing and Rick Clun, and it would be like raining and 37 degrees, and they'd have 14 layers of heavy clothing on and a rain suit and wearing sandals also to get in touch with your surroundings. And I'm like, so your feet freeze, but that makes you in touch. What about the rest of your body? If you're going to get in touch, it's go on and strip down.
Randy Blockett still believes that. Literally told me that, let's get back to a bass tournament before I talk about Randy Blockett's beliefs on not wearing undergarments in cold weather.
It's not the ones we were looking at earlier, but I don't think it's going to help.
We got to get the wheels back on.
Jonathan Kelly and Michael Frazier, very similar patterns yesterday, and they both seem to the fish don't seem to have replenished maybe like they hoped that they had. Jonathan Kelly, though, is, you know, currently unofficially in 12th, not having a bad day by any means, but a lot slower morning for both of those anglers.
Jonathan Kelly currently in 12th place. And to finish my thought yet, Randy Blockett does not believe in wearing undergarments.
I don't need to know anymore. That's the TMI.
He says it attunes him with nature. It actually keeps him warmer. He said he learned it from an Army Ranger friend of his.
My son is Army Ranger. I think he wears undergarments. I guess every Army Ranger could be different, though.
Well, or Randy Blockett could be different.
You think?
Our tournament leader, Joey Cifuentes, with 36 pounds, 13 ounces. Right behind him, Mike Iaconelli. And the sun is coming out, so the guns will be out. Third place, Tyler Rivette. Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Bassmaster
live.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Bainbridge, Georgia, for the second stop of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of preconceived notions coming into this event, and some of them playing out, some of them totally wrong. But Jonathan Kelly comes into the second stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series and having a pretty good day here today. Definitely. Great day yesterday.
You just heard the drag screeching.
Yeah, I heard the screeching, so I came down. I'm like, oh, yep.
You're in the same ballpark. I don't know, he might be just a touch bigger.
I was a couple of mils. One lift.
Yeah, I think he's a touch bigger.
Boy, those clear skies we keep talking about here are definitely not where Jonathan Kelly is.
They
Gonna be an ounce heavier. Going to the blue corner.
very similar to yesterday, and even the number of fish for Jonathan Kelly and the cloud cover, but the size has really gone down for him today compared to yesterday. Drew Benton, sight fishing off the bank more so than any of the other anglers that we've seen sight fishing.
Just gotta find a couple big ones.
Not quite the size we thought he would be fishing for at this time of the day on day 2. Every little bit helps, though. You talked about a few minutes before we came on about this is one of those tournaments where you're going to have to survive a couple of days, have a 14, 15, maybe 16 pounds. You still thinking that?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like we're on Seminole. It's this time of year. The water temperature is what it is. I don't care what anybody. I mean, it has to blow it has to blow open at some point. Up till this point, this has been entertaining, but it isn't the fireworks that any of us would have predicted going into here.
And Okeechobee, I mean, it is legendary Okeechobee. Tyler Rivette, the winner, had a 14-pound day there. What is it, day 3, 14 or 15-ish? Yeah.
There's certain things that make people happy on Earth. You know, a lot of different things make people happy. But one thing that unanimously makes bass fishing fans happy is that guy right down there in the corner, Takumi Ito. Says he does not like largemouth, but he seems to have figured them out here this week. Takumi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear that.
Give me an update. How's your day going?
Yeah, there's knowing. I like that. I try back. Frog. Because
One more quick question, Dave. I'll let you ask that second one also. Obviously, we're having a little bit of sound connection there. It's hard to hear Taku.
I think he said he's having
yellow.
a good day.
I like the yellow.
Yeah. New signing.
Change colors. Big sponsor.
Yellow Taku, yes. Yellow Taku got a very, very new sponsor. DHL, Takumi. Happy?
Yeah, very happy. I'm
All right.
Bit of a communication
I don't think it's going to
work
down there. I'll get his answers on the stage.
I think he was saying new yellow jersey makes green in wallet.
Yes. Up the top corner there, Will Davis Jr. went out with the lead this morning. Drew Benton hooked up.
Oh, we just talked about how we saw John Cox yesterday just hit a little groove, and Drew Benton has in the last 10 or 15 minutes put 3 fish in the boat. I think all 3 are going to help. This one close, the last 2 did.
Better watch that tungsten weight almost hit more than a little groove.
He's number 4.
I know that interview didn't show it, but one of the most amazing things, obviously, it was breaking up, you know. But one of the most amazing things about Takumi, I keep reminding people, when I first met him, his wife was literally his translator. You know, his English was that broken. And you ask him, how did you learn so quick? He's like, well, I just forced myself. I live in America a good chunk of the year.
Ounces.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago, but it's not been very long at all. He could not speak much English at all. And now, obviously, we were just having trouble there with the sound, but he can he can have a conversation with anyone now in English. A full conversation without any difficulty, really.
Look at that one nice one. Yeah, probably.
I'm surprised to see Joey Cifuentes still in this shallow water, pitching and flipping.
Very surprised. A lot of people are probably happy, though. There's some people who are like, now well, at least he's bass fishing now.
Right. It was like last week, Tyler Rivette. He would catch a 5-pounder on a jerkbait using forward-facing sonar, and he'd like, man, I really want to break out a big weight and punch that mat. And I'm like, really? And he'd throw a swim bait, a swim jig, actually, a lot. And I saw him catch probably 10 fish that weighed about a pound to a pound and a half apiece, and then he would lay it down and catch a 4 or 5-pounder. It's just, he's a Louisiana guy. That's what he likes to do normally, and I'm sure Joey likes to do exactly what we're seeing him do now. Probably has done a lot more of that than drop shot in using forward facing in his career.
Right there.
One of the cool stories the last couple of weeks is Will Davis Jr., your Bass Nation national champion. Man, what a start he has had, and it just keeps going through my mind. The bass community lost Don Corcoran just a couple of weeks ago, and nobody flew that flag more than Don Corcoran. I mean, truly the pioneer of the grassroots getting into this sport, you know, whether it was Casting Kids or Bass Nation.
It grew.
Yeah.
It grew when Don was running the Bass Federation.
Incredible. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Corcoran family. And now let's make a move over to the Thunder from Toowoomba, the only Australian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, Carl Jacobson. That's
okay.
Where is he?
Yeah.
Is this Where's Waldo, Davey? What is going on?
Not sure. I keep looking for a gator or if he's got a big bat. Yeah.
There it is. I found Waldo.
There we go.
Just out of nowhere. Yeah. Thought I had the croc for a second. The gator. That's number 5. What a mess. I think it's number 5. None on this side. One, 2, 3, 4. 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them's missing. 1, 2, 4.
You ask
Probably
yourself.
Put him in for 2 pounds.
No, you fish tournament, I fish tournaments. We kind of understand a little more than maybe some people that might be watching us never fished a professional tournament or even a tournament at any level. Why do you have to count to 5 so many times? But last week, Lee Livesey, he said, my whole career I thought, how can you be so dumb? How can anybody have 6 fish in a live well? It's only 5, and he actually did that last week. I mean, it can happen. You get caught up in the moment. You don't want to make that mistake.
John Cruz did it yesterday. And I think you have to believe that even the evolution of the sport, you know, your anglers are more in the moment. They're more focused on, you know, putting on a show as well as competing. So that's got to come into, I'm sure they blame it on us.
Yes. Talking to us.
Five minutes.
See so many fish caught on a Cinco, and last week, and I'm sure this week also.
Right there. There was.
Caught 30 fish, and I never caught a big one on Cinco. You keep thinking it's going to happen, and it does happen. But it can be frustrating when you have that many bites, and you know, they're constantly 2-pounders, 2.5-pounders.
Yeah, something like that.
Micah Frazier chasing down his second Bassmaster Elite Series win. Just 1 week ago, his brother Mark Frazier was in our top 10. And Davey Height, it feels like every time we kind of think, oh, the sky's clearing, I know exactly what's going to happen in this tournament, the fish gods remind us we know nothing.
Well, it's an interesting tournament, and we thought it would be coming in here with a lot of different things going on, but it hasn't unfolded yet. But, I mean, we're not even halfway through this 4-day event. I think things are going to change, and I believe you're exactly right. It is Lake Seminole. We've had these constant warm temperatures day and night. Somebody's going to bust a bag. Upper 20s, maybe even 30 pounds. It's going to really separate themselves from the field. It might be Saturday. It might be Sunday. It might be this afternoon. I don't know. But you're going to see those bigger fish show up. For a Drew Benton, a Drew Cook, they're just shaking their heads like, where did they go? We had them on the river ledge. We've found some in shallow that were spawning, and it's like they've just kind of disappeared. But they'll show up.
They'll show up. Davey Height has faith, and I learned a long time ago, if Davey Height believes it, I believe it, because it generally happens. And that's a look at your leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes with 36 pounds, 13 ounces. Who's he got to look out for in that coming up from behind?
Gosh, you know, Mike Iaconelli, you know, he's really enjoying this week after a little bit of a difficult season last year. You can't count him out. He's won here before.
Came into this event with a little bit extra motivation after that crushing loss to his mighty Eagles in the Super Bowl. Go Chiefs.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Last 3 hours, a little more than 3 hours for some of the anglers. Of our 104 who are out there fishing right now on day 2 of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Others will fish all the way until 4:30, 5 o'clock. So they all want to wind up at the same place, though, and that's in the top 50 at the end of the day.
Exactly. And Tommy, I'm going to tell you, if you really look at that leaderboard, hold that leaderboard for 1 minute. You know, one of the things that we've definitely highlighted, looking at Louisiana fisherman Tyler Rivette, a Derek Hudnall, you look at a Caleb Summerall, there is another common theme that I was watching during the Dave and Davey show. You look at guys like Iaconelli, Austin Felix, Bob Downey, Pat Schlopper, Corey Johnston. Those are northern anglers that are used to lakes with tons, largemouth lakes with tons of grass that isn't depreciated, you know, lakes that really grow up. And you're starting to see a very common theme. Northern anglers grew up fishing lakes, cut their teeth fishing lakes with a lot of vegetation, definitely in the mix this tournament around.
All right, something to keep in mind as we look at the way that our anglers that we're in the boat with all day long today are distributed across the map here, and there's a pretty good wide range there.
Yeah, really look at a lot of anglers still fishing up in the Flint, a lot of the pockets off the Flint River, a big player today. Got a feeling we're going to see some of that. Spring Creek, obviously a big player, and a little bit starting to see some bigger catches out of the hooch.
All right. Chattahoochee River, Flint River, Spring Creek, 3 distinct different contributors to this fishery we call Lake Seminole.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to take you out on the water live. Here we go with some fishing. Been a little bit slower than most of our anglers expected today. Not all, but some. And Caleb Summerall, a little bonus coverage right there. Caleb making a big move up the leaderboard today.
Second biggest bag, 19 pounds, 2 ounces on Bass Track.
Oh, that's good to see. Carl had that Moloch swim jig, X-Zone Swammer trailer on it, going to work today early this morning. That's how he caught bulk of his weight yesterday, but you could tell where at least the areas of the lake that he's been in, it has not played, and kind of feels like one of those tournaments for Carl, going to have to make some big adjustments to hang in there, because it has been a slow day for Carl.
A couple big fish just came across the board. Chris Johnston with a 5-pounder. Lee Livesey, the 5-pounder. Trying to get in position for a top 10 run tomorrow.
We'll try this little deep open spot up here, and then we're gonna roll. They ain't cooperating today. I can't give them all day. Hopefully there's just some in this hole up here and they'll be eating.
Jonathan Kelly's going to pull the plug on his main pattern because he doesn't want to obviously try to die with that pattern. If it's not
We're going to have to go all the way out, back. It's like directly across, but we're going to have to go around. And then I'll just live in that little bit dirtier water for 2 more bites. That'll be the game plan.
Been catching them pretty steady all during the course this day. Just never had any big ones.
I feel like these fish should have been biting better through here. Had some bites, but I don't know. This still feels off.
Benton looks like he's looking at one as well that he's trying to get to coax that one. He needs a big bite as well. He's kind of in the same situation Kelly is, with both having, 1.5 to 2.5 pounders for the most part.
Both of them got half their weight of yesterday's 20-pound bags.
I mean, there was quite a few people that came in with a 7 or 8 pounder, and that was half of their weight. That one fish was. Benton with a swing and a miss there.
Well, if you're just picking up with us, of course, this is the second day of competition, moving day, guys trying to make the top 50. And we could do you a favor right now by showing you what we have seen today on our Yamaha midday report. Z, let's start, I think, with Drew Benton.
Yeah, and really it's just been for the best way to put it, for Drew Benton, we thought he'd go on one of those mid-morning flurries, and the fish catches have been there, but listening to Davey Height, was really surprised during our midday break. Drew Benton really struggling for one of those big bites. He started on a 5 or 6 pounder early this morning. Right around the corner was Matt Airy, and getting bit for Drew Benton. The size not there today, like we got to see on day 1 here on Seminole.
Drew Benton really made a great adjustment midday on day 1, like you said, like we've said, Z. He'll probably have to make some more adjustments, but he's kind of riding with a couple of these sight fish until something else develops or changes that he knows he needs to go do.
Yeah, and you could really see how inconsistent Seminole's been. That's been the one theme, except for one angler that we are covering today, that being Joey Cifuentes.
Yep.
Looking at how inconsistent this lake has been. Looking at a Drew Cook, a Drew Benton, really just struggling to get to a 3-pound average. Jonathan Kelly, like Drew Benton, getting a lot of bites. Quality not there today.
Jonathan Kelly currently, just announced to us he's going to make a move now, try someplace a little bit different. He said, my size is going to increase today, and it has sporadically, but not to the size he needs.
We're getting somewhere.
Let's go.
And I guess, really, the one thing that's been really surprising for a lot of your sight fishermen that we have covered here on day 2 is just the lack of females. We have seen so many males caught throughout competition today. Lack of females. Totally different situation here. Joey Cifuentes fishing 20 to 22 feet of water with a drop shot, a hand-poured worm.
Oh, yes.
All off his front-facing sonar. And
finally,
here's the one thing that he should definitely be happy about. It was slow to start the morning, caught a couple 4-pounders, lost one big one. There is definitely a presence of 2.5 to 3 pound fish in this area that kind of cycle through in between when he catches a big one. We've seen Joey Cifuentes leave this area, go shallow, but he is in very, very good shape going into semifinals Saturday.
Man, it takes forever.
One thing that
they're stressed out.
Hank Cherry, got to speak with him yesterday after the weigh-in, had a decent day based on his expectations. He said, I saw a lot of our sight fishermen guys around me not do well and say that those fish had left. I'm fishing off an intersection point. I'm excited about that. And so some of these sight fishing guys that we thought it might get better today it might have gone down. This weekend it could have an uptick though with as many males as we're seeing.
Not doing that anymore. He informed us mid-morning that he was not seeing as many on day 2 as he was on day number 1 at his primary spot.
I think it's pretty fair to say he's doing a little spot management right now. As you say, he was not seeing many on his forward-facing sonar, and solid limit in his live well, probably letting that area reload at least a little bit.
Good grief, he's skipping high. Should be skipping low.
Try not to step on your rod.
Still getting to do a little surveillance camera action on Caleb Sumrall here. Again, he's one of our anglers, made a big move up the leaderboard after a lesser than day on day number 1.
Got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 6 pounds 1 ounce on Bass Track. He was 67th. About 19 pounds 2 ounces
from
to 12th place right now.
From 35th to 65th yesterday. 30 different spots. It was just 2 pounds between 30 spots. So we know he was in that 13 pound range. Big day today, but there's going to be quite a few guys that move from maybe a dozen to 20 spots outside the cut to a dozen or 20 inside with just a kicker bite today if they can manage it.
What's that cut?
Yeah, and obviously,
go ahead, Z.
Obviously, one of those anglers, Tommy, looking at Caleb Sumrall, we've seen so many fishermen today try to get a bladed jig or a swim jig, any trying to kind of moving bait play, whether it's been on the Flint or just the lower end of the lake. Caleb Sumrall, we'll talk about it more tomorrow, a lot more off the beaten path, kind of getting away from a lot of other competitors and getting that bite to work, which it has not been easy for the other anglers we have covered today.
Nope.
You think one, other than maybe the cloud cover and fog this morning, Z, as Joey Cifuentes is hooked up with a small one, do you think, Davey Height mentioned it yesterday early, when they were talking about in practice how the water had dropped some because they were pushing so much water out of the system through the rivers. Then they finally closed off some of those gates at the dam and that water starts to back up. We saw it raise a few inches yesterday back upwards towards where it was. If it's still been closed off, Carl Jacobson's talking about all of the flooded stuff, more water in some of these areas. Is that a deterrent to the shallow? They're not going to immediately get up there. It might take them a day before they go that much shallower, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, Ronnie, for the simple fact that it has been a grinder for everybody that we've covered shallow today. I mean, every single angler that has fished 2 feet of water and less, it's been painful at best.
Benton hooked up, still more the same, looks like.
I'm gonna get my hook back anyway. He ain't gonna go.
He ain't going to.
I don't think. Let's see. It would be.
Yeah, belly on it.
94. Might be bigger than that one. At about 5.
But, you know, what's strange, Ron, to actually go back to that, if you listen to what Davey said in your guys' pre-show on Wednesday, these are the conditions, rising water, that these anglers, rising water and higher skies, are what these anglers were praying for before this tournament, and the collision has not happened, at least with the conditions that they had hoped for.
It always just seems that, when fish are around the spawn and that water rises, it's just so difficult for them to bite immediately. Like, it takes some acclimation, or they're hesitant to run up there because the water could just drop right back out, Tommy.
Well, they're there somewhere. We know that. They're not all disappeared and left town. So we'll see what breaks loose over the course of this afternoon. Joey Cifuentes still on top by ounces ahead of Mike Iaconelli. Tyler Rivette also in there. Austin Felix, they're all crowded right near the top. Look at the small span of pounds between first and 10th place, and it goes that way all the way down the leaderboard. We will be back momentarily.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Lake Seminole here in Georgia, Bainbridge, Georgia, our host community here, a place, well, this entire lake that has hosted so much of bass fishing history. B.A.S.S. history, a lot of it written in this very, very special place. Second day of competition here in the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite here at Lake Seminole. Let's get back out on the water right now. We're going to take you out to Jonathan Kelly right now. You can see where he is.
Yeah, Jonathan Kelly with a lot of mail said he was seeing quite a few good ones earlier on a lot of those shallow sand flats right around the mouth of Spring Creek. Got to Jonathan Kelly live.
You're going to touch that. Get in here, yes! Woo! That's the one! We're fishing tomorrow. Woo! On the Zoom speed worm, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! I got 20-pound test on. I ain't playing around. Woo! Yes! $4.13. It's the one we needed. Yes! I said when we get one, we're gonna get another. We're gonna have another one coming.
Tell us about your techniques this week.
Well, it's been very different. I mean, yesterday was all moving for the most part. I caught one off a bed, I caught one on a wacky rig, but I don't even think the wacky rig one kept yesterday. I think a lot of it had to do with the wind. The water's very clear. Didn't even realize it was this clear until today. So now that it's high skies, the sun's out, and there's no wind, you can really see how clear this water is, and the moving bait bite is just not happening. At least it hasn't this morning. I did just catch that big one on it, so if it's gonna start turning on, maybe there's an afternoon bite. I noticed a little bit of breeze picking back up. I'm gonna start, cycling through some moving baits again. Swim jig, Zoom speed worm, and also the Zoom Magnum speed worm have been the 3 moving baits. Also chatterbait, but that's when I get over into the Flint. I do that in the afternoon. So we'll see if we make it over there now. We just got a key bite in here, so we're gonna keep going along. And we'll go from there. We'll see what happens. I think that last bite really got us back into it, and I feel good now.
There you go, Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Jonathan Kelly talking about the power of a lure change. Certainly offers some pretty good evidence of that.
A relief. That Red Bull. We got to get jacked up. We got to get fired up. Damn, that's close.
Jonathan moving back into the top 5, knocked out.
I'd say that's
just
about
under
even.
21
they both
pounds
said
yesterday.
112.
He had a big of 512 yesterday, about an hour before this time.
Just one of those events, Tommy, where kickers always matter, but man, if you can figure out a way to catch 12 pounds without a kicker and then add one of those 4 to 5 pounders in it, maybe a 6 pounder, you'll find yourself near the top 10 or in the top 10 every single day this week.
I ain't playing around. 20-pound test. All right, this one just reads a touch heavier. So I'm gonna trust Catch Commander on that one. We're gonna keep 4. One's the one to call. That was the way it said. So 4 will be next.
Carl Jochimson.
Uh-oh. Look out now.
Yeah.
Yes! In the mouth. In the mouth. Oh, how cool was that? How cool was that? That took some patience. Yes! Oh, close to 4. 3.5. I'm getting rid of a little dude now. Okay. I'm gonna try and check. That's right, the better ones. Go over there. Bunch of babies.
Boy, when Carl laid that swim jig down and started kind of eye spying in a couple little backwater areas, that is not a giant, but huge for Carl's day. Kind of starting to right the ship a little bit. Tommy, that was a little bit of a hot mess right there. Little bit.
Yeah, we had the camera go one way, Carl going another way.
Reminded me of a Santee Cooper catch last year.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And we're in the cart.
He said that was a long wait. A lot of patience on Carl's part today. He really knocked him out yesterday, and he has waited him out today.
Boy, he's going to have his hands full if he hooks a big one with that spinning rod in there.
Things might be heating up. John Cox just landed a 4-pounder on his bass track. He's started 11th. He fell pretty far. He's up to 12 pounds, 10 ounces, and 16th place right now.
Tommy, a couple different things really listening to Dave and Davey was that interview they were with Pat Schlopper, as we're looking at Carl Jacobson here, but that interview they did with Pat Schlopper, he has got something kind of dialed in mid-range. Said he was crushing them early today, and
yeah, he seemed very much at ease.
Yes, yes. It's like it was like the day was over for Pat Schlopper. So I'm hoping he picks the pace up where he's got a camera tomorrow, because it sounds like he's got a sweet little gig going on in the mouth of spring, really looking at Carl's day turning around when he decided to go sight fishing.
I also love how Pat Schlopper said that I saw Kyle Jesse coming and I decided to leave my area, so he didn't necessarily have anything to take photos of to expose it to the world. He can play some defense on the coverage team.
Pat's not going to leave any doors open.
No, not at all. Not for the JJs, as he calls them, Jim Jacks.
I'm sure he thinks of the majority of the production crew as a couple of JJs as well.
Some scruffy McScruffersons out here.
Right. Yeah, and speaking of Scruffy McScrufferson, Iaconelli for the first time in 2 days, actually, Tommy, leaving that little pocket.
Oh, he's gone.
He is gone.
Ooh, Will Davis back to the spot where he lost his 4-pounder this morning.
Keeper.
And that is keeper number 4 for Will Davis. Right. Wow.
Will Davis, our leader to start this day, had a magnificent day yesterday.
This morning had it that good.
And that was a good one. He lost right there, as Ron Moore pointed out early this morning.
He's the only one sitting up there either.
And I like the way that spot lays out. If that's a place that could reload for him or stack up some fish, it seems like it could be a one cast, get right in a hurry type of deal. Just landing them with
Will Davis from
treble hooks.
Sylacauga, Alabama, had the lead to start today, and now he is actually behind another angler from Sylacauga, Alabama, David Gaston, who has had a great day.
That was just sight fishing. That wasn't bed fishing. Let's see. So let's see. 2 or 3. Definitely bigger than 3. 3 and 4. Black. Where's black? Oh, black. I think that one's for sure bigger. Yeah. So did cool.
Another one.
Yes. Inside the mouth. Big upgrade. Big upgrade. Little spin rod in the lilies. So we've got 1, 2 this side of 3. We've got 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Picking away. Good move back in here. TH Marine Conservation cold clips. Those bass go back healthier than when I caught them, just about. It's a big deal. Non-penetrating clips. Okay, thank you, mate. Okay, we're picking away. We're staying in it. I'm fishing smart, but I need to go and fish stupid here soon because I think I'm in the hunt. I don't want to keep doing this. If it's just going to be 2.5, so I need to get back out. Yeah. I need to get back out and try and catch some of them big ones on the swim jig. Now that's windy. 12.6. Okay. We're somewhere. We're a lot better off than when we were heading in here. Jeez. Stay
Hey,
out,
Tommy.
son, and just give me.
Is that the first time we've ever heard that the bass actually go back healthier?
Yes.
After he catches, that is fantastic.
Wow, that's an
That's
upgrade.
kind of like when you have the motor competition, and I went 100 miles today and didn't burn an ounce of gas. I came back with more gas than when I left. That's what the sales pitch used to be.
Yeah,
on the weigh-in stage.
You've got no reason to deny that. Mike Iaconelli, as a matter of fact, whom we were talking about, has now gained a lead. Had a slight upgrade that's put him ahead of Joey Cifuentes. Tyler Rivette still hanging in there way near the top of the leaderboard. Austin Felix and Jonathan Kelly moving from outside the top 10, catching that good one, getting up all the way to 5th place. We'll be back.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Some of our anglers, some of our 104 anglers at this Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite Day 2 at Lake Seminole are getting close to 2 hours to fish time. So the clock is ticking, that is for sure. Of course, the objective today, make it into the top 50. That's how you keep fishing. On semifinal Saturday, we'll take you back. What? Oh, whoa. Hornets. Hornets at the Earl May Boat Basin have been spotted. We've got live. But look there, Dave Mercer fighting them off there. Dave Mercer. Are those the so-called murder hornets? Is that what those are, Dave?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they are, but they're ornery. They're ornery, and they've got no Abdullah oblongata. But this explains the tournament, guys. I mean, we're talking about 3 hornets that were trying to attack us at our production desk, rather than the tournament, because how shocking is it that we're at this point of the tournament? It's this time of year. We're on Lake Seminole, and we haven't seen a 22-pound bag yet. Yeah. I mean, it really does feel like we keep teasing it, but I do believe it's going to happen. I mean, maybe it's this afternoon, these final 2 hours. Maybe it's the weekend. Maybe this turns into the opposite of what a lot of these sight fishing events are. Quite often, it's the first 2 days, fireworks, and then a pro kind of stick handles their way to the win because their fish get less and less. But this might be one of those where, hey, I mean, it's an FS1 friendly tournament. As soon as we get on TV, it'll be lights out. I'm assuming or hoping.
Dave, got to listen to you, Dave and Davey, talk about Joey Cifuentes and really dialing in what he's doing out there. And Davey broke down that spot fantastic, more like it's just a depression. It's a 22-foot, for lack of a better term, it's just a hole surrounded by big major flats in Spring Creek. But looking at Joey, we call him a rookie. For anybody that's following Bassmaster Live, he is far from a rookie.
Far from a rookie. A lot of experience fishing at the top level, obviously a little history with FLW. And you can't understate the fact that he rolls with Larry Nixon. I mean, that is his roommate, was his roommate when he was fishing FLW. How awesome is it that they're both here this year? So the experience that he has himself, competing at a fairly high level, and then also everything that has been imparted in him by Larry Nixon is pretty incredible.
Wears a cowboy hat, too, Dave. You've been known to wear a cowboy hat on stage. We all wore a cowboy hat in honor of Ray Scott a while back. But Joey, I think, is our first angler to ever fish wearing a cowboy hat. It's kind of novel, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking Reynolds. He had one back in the day, didn't he? I think there's been a few Cowboys, but Joey is definitely embracing the Cowboy. He's a Florida Cowboy originally, now lives in Clinton, Arkansas, and he comes out to the Cowboy. He's the Cowboy. I mean, some people come to the Elite Series expecting to get a nickname. Joey said, "Never mind that. I'm bringing my own."
Okay. All right.
Real quick, talking about this tournament that was supposed to set up a certain way, and we really thought it was going to be one of those tournaments where we can call out all the anglers that said how tough practice was. It is really turning out that way. Looking at what we've seen on camera for at least a day and 3/4 now, it's been grimy is the word that we used. How surprised are you with it being this tough that we are seeing a Drew Cook highly struggling just to stay in the cut right now?
Very surprised. I think probably the only person more surprised would be Drew Cook. I talked to him first thing in the morning yesterday. He said, "I didn't sleep all night." This is an event where he had high hopes, and you had a lot of anglers that had tough pre-fishes. But anglers like Drew Cook, Drew Benton, that have the amount of experience they have on this body of water, and regardless of that experience, just this time of year on a body of water with their level of expertise, it is absolutely shocking. But that's why every single year I'm going to call one thing out. You know what? No, it doesn't matter where we go. The schedule gets announced and people will start circling. Well, this is the good one. You never know. I mean, this sport is played in a natural, wild, public playing field. There's a lot going on, but I still say there's no way we roll out of town without some fireworks. There's no way. I mean, we haven't seen 22 pounds in the first 2 days of this event, or not yet. I'm predicting we're going to see some big weights as we go into the weekend, or by the time we get to the weekend, I'll be like, well, it didn't happen this time, but I think it will happen this time.
Dave, we want to believe you, so we will believe you on that one right there. The great Dave Mercer will be promoting 50 anglers into the weekend here in just a few hours when the weigh-in kicks off, and he'll be unfortunately demoting an equal number to get in their vehicles and head on down the road. But that's the way it works out now. Yeah, get on, get out.
If you have to miss a cut, Tommy, you'd rather miss the second cut of an Elite back-to-back than the first one, because then you're just sitting there watching everybody and waiting for the next event. At least you get to go home here. That's the solace you get to take.
Some consolation,
the
maybe.
54 guys.
Okay. Back to Jonathan Kelly, just landed a good one about 20 minutes ago.
That'll cool. Bad part was the bigger one was about to eat it. We'll try for the other one. That one came out of nowhere. I'll take it though. I won't be greedy. It's a solid call. It's like a 3.5 down there. I told you, everywhere we stop, we're gonna get bit from here on out. 210. It's almost a 1 ounce or 1 pound cull.
Should give him, if it's a 1 pound cull, it should put him up one more spot into the top 4, putting Austin Felix into 5th place unofficially on Bass Track. And now 14.5 pounds. It's not nearly as bad of a day for Jonathan Kelly if this is what he ends with. In the last 30 minutes, he's went from 8 or 9 pounds to 14 and change.
Well, Ronnie, you jumped the gun there. Mr. Austin Felix just landed a 5.5. He's up to 19.1 and has taken over the lead with 38 pounds and 5 ounces.
So Jonathan Kelly stays in the same spot he is in, but gains, something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, Jonathan.
As soon as you said that, Ronnie,
you tried. You tried, Jonathan. Sorry.
Jonathan Kelly liking these conditions better over the last 30, 40 minutes. And that's kind of made the difference for him. Let's get back to his game plan.
Yeah, you could really start to see a lot of those fish on that lower end of the lake starting to set up, not loose on those beds. These guys have good visibility now, so Definitely seeing a lot better fishing here in the last 60 minutes. Back up to Will Davis near our takeoff in Bainbridge.
Will Davis, our day one leader, struggled today.
She hit back in the tank, didn't she? There we go. Finally. Number 5 on the Davis swim jig. Brim color. Chunky. She fat, ain't she? About time. Never loved a 3-pounder so much in my life. Boy, she smoked it, didn't she?
Did you like that, Tommy? Will was a high fiver, not a knuckles guy.
I look like I ain't never reeled a rod before. I was like, you know.
That leaves Kyle Welcher's the only one in the top 50 without a limit today. He's got 4 fish, though.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
We've got about 10 guys without Bass Track Z, but this shows you how much tougher day 2 has been for most of the field.
You know it.
Chris Zaldane has a pound less than he did yesterday. He had 11.7. Right now he's got 10.5, and he has moved up 16 spots in the field from where he finished day 1. He has moved up with less weight. It just shows, obviously, you know, some of those 10 that are off Bass Track may jump in front, but that cut weight of 13 and change, it may go down today.
You mentioned it, Z. Wow. Drew Cook, about 40 minutes ago, caught a 2.6.
I think the biggest thing is it's right next to the main channel, so it's constantly bringing fish back up. I did not catch a fish here in practice on this spot. I just seen this giant sand flat that we have here. I pulled in and out deeper. I think somewhere along the edge I caught a fish in a jerkbait in practice. So I was like, okay, those fish are going to shift up onto that flat. And kind of, I pulled in yesterday. This is, I think, my 3rd or 4th spot I hit yesterday, and I noticed like 10, 15, 20 beds in a row just going down the edge of it. Now, a lot of them are empty, but I think the thing that a lot of us might not realize is we see a lot of these empty beds. I think they're empty because the water's so clear and everyone's spooking these fish. If you get on these flats and you just sit here and just watch, like don't even watch the beds, you can see fish cruising these flats. Those fish want to get back on those beds. It's hard when it's real clear water and there's a lot of boats fishing on it. The pressure definitely gets to them. It chases them away. And we just spooked 2 of them right there, actually. See if they come back. But that's the thing, I don't want to let empty beds deteriorate me fishing a spot. I think that's really important. Keeping that open mind that new ones are going to come in. Actually, 3-pounder I caught today is the same bed I caught a 2 and a 4 off yesterday. So clearly they are replenishing on these same beds. I don't think they're going and making new beds anywhere or anything like that. I think it's just you got to commit to this certain areas where the fish are showing themselves, and it helps when there's a little bit of a breeze on the water. I think they eat a little bit better. Obviously, it's not because it's such clear water. But then if you are specifically trying to bed fish, it gets hard to bed fish when there is a breeze.
Jonathan, great, very generous with information. He's a cut in the mold of a Paul Mueller.
And we're shallow,
Tommy,
too.
I was
I mean, it's
just thinking that.
Yes.
Just thinking that.
On this flat, 2 feet at the most, it's very, very shallow. So these fish are very spooky. And going right there.
Good stuff right there from Jonathan Kelly. And just around the corner from him, Joyce Fuentes getting back to his deep water game. Saw him go shallow for about an hour, and then it kind of looked like he tapered out to his primary spot where he's done damage yesterday and this morning. Yep.
don't go in a tree. Golly, it's a stud. Man, I can't see my trees and I need my trolling motor. Please launch me out. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Nope. No, 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 no. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Yes. I'm not going shallow again, I can tell you that. Look at there. I don't know, let's weigh it.
That'd be great.
Let's weigh it. I think she's pretty close to 4. Should have just stayed out here all day, but
I think it hits 4.
Yeah, she's like 4 3/4. So that'll be a good cull. And now I gotta figure out which one's smaller. Can't remember.
Tommy, if that's a 4 3/4, he's getting rid of a 1 3/4.
Yeah, 3 pounds total,
He's
20
gonna
pound
be
total,
up,
back in the lead.
clear the leaders.
And almost to 40 pounds.
Yep. No doubt about it. Joyce Fuentes going to be one thing here on day number 2 on Lake Seminole, Tommy Sanders. Really looking at how he started. Lost a big one right off the bat, right around 4 pounds. But we talked about it on the pre-show on Wednesday. If there was an X factor, talking to our local buddy Rob Newell, it was going to be somebody with their electronics, forward-facing sonar in Spring Creek. Well, there's the dude that found it, and he's pretty much been left alone the entire tournament.
Yes.
And the other thing, all this submerged timber seems like it's just reloading. It's its own environment. Definitely happening. Your Power Pole replay of the day. Joyce Fuentes, day 2 here on Lake Seminole.
Joey putting on a show there. He's going to stick with that, he says. The former mule rider from Southern Arkansas University. That's the name of their team. He's a mule rider. Maybe that's what the hat is all about. He's a mule rider.
He's a cowboy through and through.
Absolutely. He's going to take over the lead. Joey Fuentes having a terrific day numbers 1 and 2. If you want to look at it that way, I think we have an afternoon bite possibly heating up here on Lake Seminole.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Man, oh man, I think our afternoon bite may be on. We hinted at that right before we went to the break. And all the indications are telling us that they're catching some big ones out there on Lake Seminole. It's taken a long time for us to get to that point today. We were expecting it, frankly, right out of the box today. It rarely ever works out that way for us. But we're thankful for everything we are seeing, including Joey Fuentes just catching another giant, putting himself on top of the leaderboard as we went to break there. And now we're going back out to Joey Fuentes, doing something he said he was going to stick with for the rest of the day. He took a break from it, as you mentioned, Mark Zona, for an hour, but he is back on his deep spot. I don't like that.
Hey, I think his tone, Tommy, was I'm not going shallow the rest of the weekend. He was that confident in going back out.
What was that aerial?
I said that was a couple of guys trying to go shallow right there, I think.
Oh my gosh, it's a giant. It's a giant. Don't come off, don't come off. Don't come off, don't come off. Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's gonna get me in those trees. Please don't get in the trees. Please don't go in that tree. Don't go in that tree right there. Don't go in that tree. Come on, baby. This is a big one right here. If I can get it in the boat. Oh, don't go in a tree. Dude, this is a 6-pounder. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. No, 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 no. Oh my goodness. No, she's gonna jump. No, she's not. No, she's not. Stay pegged. Ah! Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh my goodness. Got a boat coming. I gotta put the old fish down. Hit a little honey hole right there, that's what I'm saying, guys. I get in little spots and there's a few big ones swimming around. Oh man, I can't believe I got that fish in. It ran toward the tree so many times. Oh, thank you, Lord. 621 right there. 621. Oh man, look at this coal right here. This one's gonna be easy. Oh. That's what we're calling our last dink. Yes, sir. Let's get some clips on her. Oh my goodness. Isn't that awesome? Look at that belly. Man. I told you I was about to catch a big one, but actually there was another one that didn't go after my bait. So I got 4 4s and a 6. So I don't even know how to add right now. I don't even care. I don't even care. Now the question is, I don't know, man. They're probably gonna crack them. I'm gonna keep fishing, but I think I'm gonna move away from here. Got me a nice little waypoint.
Right when he was catching this, Mike Iaconelli with Skinner Boat's Big Fish Alert, a 7-pound, 2-ouncer.
That is awesome.
Wow.
He had bumped up to the lead, and then Cifuentes' fish took him back to the top spot. Lead Ike by 1 3/4 pounds.
It all happened in the same 2 minutes.
Yeah, so the last 10 minutes we've seen Joey catch a 412, Iaconelli a 7.2, Joey a 6 1/4. We talk about those bite windows in this afternoon. I don't know exactly how Iaconelli's catching them right at this very moment, but definitely ignited.
The 2 big fish of the day, Ike 7.2, Cifuentes 6.4, both came in at 207.
Yeah, biggest fish of the day out here. Coming to the end. Oh man.
Stay on.
Earl Jockimson.
Stay on. Frogfish.
7 pound. No, it's dang.
Said it had happened. Molluck's popping frog.
Cifuentes' total is 23.12.
I think he's gonna get rid of that one, isn't he? Maybe not.
Biggest bag of the tournament. After Iaconelli broke it for the biggest bag of the tournament as well.
22.7.
I think he is.
Right.
Bit of balance beam.
Another one who's dangerous, I know he's 5 pounds back right now, but Austin Felix has dual 19-pound days. 19 and change yesterday, 19 again today.
I think it's a safe bet he catches a big one.
And we got to see him do very well at Lake Fork, doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that we're seeing play out this week.
Right. And you're really looking at, and we'll be able to talk about this a lot more as we go into the weekend, Austin Felix not fishing all that far from Joey Cifuentes.
There's our day one leader, Will Davis Jr., and he's honestly, even with the small of a limit he is one solid fish from being in our top 10 and on camera again tomorrow. Obviously a drop off from day one, but speaking of Will Davis, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, to talk about the path that Will Davis took to get here. Will Davis, a local angler in Alabama that fishes all of the team trails, all the individual trails, fishing the Bass Nation in 2022, wins one of the Bassmaster Nation regionals at Smith Lake, qualifies for the championship, wins that at Pickwick, and is going to the Classic in a month, and is on the Elite Series this year. And in 2024, this will be the last year, 2023, 2023 will be the last year of the current format that we have with the clubs at the nation level, the state level, and then the individual qualifiers that get you to the nation championship. And in 2024, it's kind of changing to adopt to the way we adjusted the college series a few years ago. Back in the day, the college series, you could qualify from your state. A team would do that, or two teams would make it from your state. You'd have a specific regional you had to fish that was in your area of the country, and that was it. That was it. That's the only way you could make it. Well, now we expanded it. College events, you can travel anywhere in the country and go to one of the Bassmaster events to qualify, and you can still, I believe, do that from your state as well, a spot or two for the championship. Same thing for the nation in 2024. This will be a little bit more inclusive. We understand that some of those format changes for the opens maybe close the door on the opens path for some anglers that can't do 9 events, but this nation change for 2024 will open the door to those same anglers that want to compete on the weekends, can still hold a job during the week, and also fish other trails throughout their state. 2024 format, 4 Bassmaster Tour events littered across the country. You can fish any of those that you can travel and make it to. I believe with a 200 and 250 boat field, the top 20 from every regional or every tour event will qualify for the championship. You can still qualify from your state. The key there, Alabama, Arkansas, places like that have a lot of Bass Nation members. The more Bass Nation members your state has, the more opportunities in those state qualifiers to qualify. If you have 1,000 Bass Nation members in your state, you can maybe have 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spots, however many it is. Obviously, states with less Bass Nation members will have less spots available, but we'll have 4 tour events. Anyone can fish. You'll have the state events as well. And that's the way we're doing the 2024 format for the Bass Nation. So Will Davis made it through the grassroots, Paul Mueller, Brandon Polinick, so many others, Pat Schlopper, we got to talk to him. It's a great grassroots trail that's now expanded to be a little bit more inclusive for those who maybe don't have as much time to be a part of a specific club.
Yeah, I saw it was also sponsored by TNT Fireworks. Chase Anderson sent me back. Tommy, get ready.
Oh, my God.
Just a floral. It was a display. It was a cake called Dr. Boom. Wow. Let me just tell you something. This 4th of July, get your hands on that cake.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
If you want to set the sky on fire, that's how you do it, huh?
Just not while it's lit. Don't get your hands on it while it's lit.
Okay. Dr. Boom. I got to remember that.
That's right.
Now, Ronnie,
I don't suggest you doing it in your neighborhood, just knowing, you know.
Hey, it's easier to go ahead and do it than to ask permission. I think I'll just go ahead and do it.
Let me put it this way. If I take a picture of a certain firework cake from 2 years ago, it was a good one. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Now, there's a new plan for nation competition.
Yes.
Leading to the championship.
Yeah.
The nation's famous for being very hard to do because you have to spend a year and a half, basically, getting
through
to
the
the
various
championship.
routes, yeah.
So does this streamline that a little bit? Does it compact it into the course of 1 year better?
So it was an exclusive club, and some nation members were worried about losing that exclusivity. You know, you have 50 to 55, whatever, qualifiers that make it there. Well, the deal is now, it's a little bit more accessible for everyone. If you come out of college and you can't necessarily jump into the opens, you can do the nation and still be able to work your way up.
Okay.
You're going to have a lot more anglers like a Will Davis, like a Kobe Carden, like some of these people that have came from Alabama, you know, so many other places. You think about that. Alabama's a great fishing state. They're allowed like 1 or 2 people in the championship every year. You know, that's your representative. Now there could be 25 Alabama anglers if they all make it through Bassmaster Tour events. So more accessible, which means the field is going to be bigger for the championship, but that means we're going to have even more strong anglers that maybe couldn't swing a full club and schedule to do that, to be a state team and all that stuff.
So we're going from the Senate to the House of Representatives, if you paid attention during your American government class.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
all right, yeah.
Hopefully we'll have better quality anglers than we have in the House
numbers of anglers rather than
Representatives,
just 2 from each state, just like.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. I like it. Joey, Joey had said he was going to leave this area.
Yes.
And management, for the sake of management, but sometimes it's hard to pull yourself away, I guess.
Yeah, he left it for about an hour, and he is going to be a handful, Tommy Sanders, and really kind of dialing in. We don't know what Austin Felix is doing. He's in the same region of Lake Seminole, but looking at what Joey Fuentes has done so far today, early and often. We thought early he lost a 4-pounder, and them are hard to come by. Getting it done, 22 feet of water, forward-facing sonar, lots of timber, but these fish all on the bottom.
Thank you, Lord.
Using a drop shot with a worm we have seen many times here on Bassmaster Live. Just a
That's 2 good
very
ones.
popular hand-poured worm, color Morning Dawn. Nothing real fancy. And the other thing is,
No. Come here,
he is not really truly finessing them because he has leaned on them with that spinning rod. We'll try to get some details on the pound line he's using, give it all the details out tomorrow. But your Marathon Peak performance, it started early for Joey Fuentes, and it went late. Couple big fish catches, a 412 at 101, backing it up. The biggest one we have seen on camera so far in this tournament, 6 pounds and 4 ounces. Marathon Peak performance, rookie, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Joey Fuentes.
Great rookie performance. We've seen several of them over the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, just a superlative performance. On day number 2, the rookie from Clinton, Arkansas, and who knows what else he's got in store for us throughout the remainder of this tournament. We're going to take a break and come right back.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back. Day number 2 at Lake Seminole. We have had a furious big bass battle between the top 2 anglers on the leaderboard over the past, just about 10, 15 minutes ago. It's been something to watch here. Maybe the big bite window is wide open here right now, but man, oh man, we just saw a little glimpse of what's possible here at this incredible, legendary lake. Look like quickly now at our TH Marine weather window that we're looking at right now. High to tomorrow of 83 degrees, a little bit, not quite as warm as it has been. Low tomorrow night of 61 degrees, setting us up for Championship Sunday. Cloudy with a little bit, looks like more, significantly more wind in the plan for tomorrow. Championship Sunday now, you see a little bit warmer, winds a little less. So that should be about perfect.
Yeah, I think that's going to set up for a great weekend of fishing, no doubt about it. I'll tell you, really, it's the one thing that we've talked about here on Bassmaster Live. You learn a lot about how a lake cannot be fishing very strong, and then all of a sudden, all the windows open, all the bite windows open. We have seen that so far here on Lake Seminole. We're going to get back around our takeoff. Your day 1 leader, Will Davis.
Does this not feel like that Toledo Bend event where I think Iaconelli said yesterday in the call that there may be a little bit of a shad spawn he was capitalizing on? There's some shallow fish, sight fish. Remember Jamie Hartman at Toledo fishing the drop shot in the timber?
I do remember
as well?
that, yeah. Over on the west side, yeah.
Might help in the mouth. Right in the mouth.
Day 1 leader here, Will Davis. Exceptionally slow morning, but
Oh, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry.
he has not given up. He stayed with the program, hung in there, might be able to get back in the top 10, to his credit.
Boy, really watching a lot of the anglers that have so much knowledge on this body of water. If you're one of the anglers at the end of this weigh-in and you're creeping around that 4-pound average, around 40 pounds, you have done something, because this has not been easy any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Davis is only 2 pounds out of the current top 10 cut. Of course, we're only cutting to 50 today. How about some unofficial trivia? The biggest largemouth ever caught on Seminole. Long time ago.
What is it? Is the question?
Multiple choice or?
Well, no, just throwing a weight. The biggest bass ever caught on Seminole.
13.2.
Let's say 14.1.
16.7.
What?
May 23rd, 1961, Charles Tyson caught a 16-pound, 4-ounce bass.
Wow.
Hey,
Whoa.
You're 3 ounces on it.
Nailing it. Old Charles, you might have known.
You know the Georgia State record, of course. 22 for Perry fish.
George Perry. Z, I might have misspoke about the shad spawn deal, but I think I heard
my
him talk
spot
about
is
the amount of shad in the
right
area.
where the main channel swings into a big spawning flat, and all the big females they just live out here in the creek channel, and they're going to come in and trying to they're just basically moving their way up to the spawning area. So I'm just cutting them off basically, and I left that spot though. It's I went shallow for a little bit and I came back and I caught another big one. So I'm just gonna let it rest, and I'm basically doing the exact same thing here. It's just in a different spot. Everything out here to my left is a giant spawning area, and I'm just out here in these really big trees, and I'm just pitching my drop shot around to fish. So, but that's basically what I'm doing. It's pretty simple. I'm seeing the fish, and I'm pitching over there to them, and some of them go down and they just look at it and they eat it. Some of them don't. So it's a painful process, but whenever I connect with one and get it in the boat, it's pretty good. Usually some good ones out here. So I'm just checking some new stuff right now, and I'm gonna definitely head back in a little early today. Give myself plenty of time.
Well, that would probably be a smart move.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely tell I followed a lot of his fishing the last couple of years. He's a real deal, man. He's got it together.
23-12 today. Ike's 22.7. Patch Slapper's 21 pounds. And David Fritz just got a 5-pounder to get to 21 pounds as well on Bass Track. He's jumping up from 98 to about 27th right now.
Wow.
That's great.
And he made the comment on stage with Mercer yesterday. They had obviously a really, really tough day yesterday. And has a lot of history on this lake. Said he knew that he was around great big ones. So hats off to him.
Joey dropped by the studio here about 6 weeks ago, and in advance of starting the Elite Series, wasn't nervous, didn't seem to be worried, just ready to get going, wanting it to start. Now I see why.
The only thing he was nervous about was meeting Tommy Sanders. He almost walked out of here without doing it. He said, "Do you think I could bother Tommy for a photo?"
Tommy,
no lie.
Tommy, I'm not going to lie though. I'm not going to lie. I feel like Joey and I kind of got off on the wrong foot when he said that you and I when he said that you and I had absolutely zero cowboy in us on the cowboy meter. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of ended the call.
That's transparency. That's being truthful. You got to admire that.
Tommy, I spend 30% of the year in South Texas. Just that alone gives me at least a little bit of a cowboy.
You got the woolly chaps, and you got the big 10-gallon hat and all that, strutting around out there in the sagebrush. But
Micah Frazier with a catch right here.
Yeah, it's more than that to be in a
Z's
cowboy.
got plenty of boot scooting boogie in him for sure.
Maybe I'll make the cut, man.
I tried.
If you ever milked a horse, Z, come on.
Whoa.
Sorry. Tommy, you will find this interesting. Lee Livesey's, one of his big sponsors, Whiskey Myers, was in town this week in Kalamazoo.
You told me that.
I chose the responsible route and did not go to the show. Did not do it.
You didn't want to slip down there on the ice and snow in the middle of the night, and no, I don't blame you.
I left it to others that I think it was a smart call. Very responsible Bassmaster live call, unlike some of our coworkers last year.
Let's go. Wow, we know who those guys are.
Yeah.
Well, good on you. There'll be more shows.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was bullied. I was hazed for not going. It'll be really fun day tomorrow on FS1. Have 10 cameras out with our leaders to
Oh, yeah, that's right.
really see how these guys have stayed consistent in this one.
Really didn't think that Drew Benton would be 12 pounds back of the leader at this point.
No,
the halfway
no.
point in this tournament. Yeah, that's a shocker. For Drew Cook, the exact same. How can it be that much of a gap?
$27.10 is the guesstimated. If you just double yesterday's weight, $27.10 would be the cut.
Nope.
It's at $24.10 right now on Bass Track.
Wow.
$27.10 would move you all up to 36th. So Drew Cook is officially on the exact cut line weight, taking their YouTube series a little too literally at Lake Seminole, being right on the cut line. But we could see it go. This might be one of those where it goes down a pound. There's always at least one each season where it does that.
Ronnie, talking about that, I was talking about, we obviously look at cut line weights right now as we go into, Zachary, he's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. It is amazing. You see Cifuentes with 43.9 unofficially right now. Man, Drew Cook nailed it. What he said, if you hover around 22 pounds a day, he felt that is exactly what was going to win this tournament. And at least going into Saturday, he is just spot. And obviously, a lot with a lot of the local tournaments that go off of the weights that you were throwing out last week during the Okeechobee event. But he's pretty spot on his calls for the weight so far.
He just thought that he would be the one with 22 pounds a day. And right now he's hovering.
I'm sure he did.
And he's hovering right, 14 a day almost right now.
He caught a key fish late yesterday. See if he can repeat.
Oh, coot that bit the dust.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of room to move as well. So it's like you're 1.8 and a 112 for Drew Cook. I mean, he catches
two nice
a
ones.
3 and a 3 or a 4 and a 3. It's a different game.
It is amazing, Tommy, that you're obviously not going to give Joey Cifuentes the trophy yet, but it is the new world that we live in bass fishing. I mean, this is the Florida-Georgia border when fish are coming up to spawn.
Been through hell.
And we're going to have two events that sonar, forward-facing sonar, are in which I've heard anglers make the comment that you're going to see it in every single tournament the rest of tournaments. And it's bizarre. It's bizarre to see that and commentate these tournaments now.
I can't remember who posted it, but someone posted last night, 15 pounds is the new 12 pounds. In the fact of 12 pounds, you get 12 pounds a day every day on the Elite Series. You're you're probably going to be around the Elite Series for a lot of years because that's just a solid. You didn't bomb, you might not be in the top, but you're going to be middle of the pack. 12 pounds now, seemingly on the Elite Series, is 80th or worst. You got to have 15 pounds. And so I think forward-facing sonar obviously affecting the top of the leaderboard, but the winning weights of these events are very comparable to what they've always been, within 2 or 3 pounds for a 4-day event. But it's those middle weights. We're seeing the cut weights are going up every year. The smallmouth weights we see are just ridiculous as well on the cuts.
Yeah, and you look at the weights, but really what it also does, Ronnie, and it traditionally this time of year, you know what you are supposed to do as a bass fisherman. Your boat on Lake Seminole is supposed to be in deepest 4 feet of water. Maybe you might venture out to 5. You know, it opens up a totally different window that you just never really saw in the past. You know what does that make sense?
Yeah, you don't have to go. Yeah, you don't. You're not as one-dimensional. You can go think outside the box to get a couple fish or a whole day of fishing, instead of dying up shallow and just having a tough day, quote unquote.
Well, you're right. That genie's not going back in the bottle. It's out. It's and as processing gets faster, it's just going to get better. Be more of an aid to anglers. Boy, it's been fun the last hour and a half here on Lake Seminole. After a slow start to the day, man, we have got a great battle at the top of our leaderboard between a rookie and an angler who won here more than 2 decades ago, Mike Iaconelli.
Wow.
That's a great matchup. I'm going to see how it plays out today. Of course, make a note, write it down. Don't forget the weigh-in coming up right here on Bassmaster.com at 3:30 p.m. local time, Eastern time. We got a little more fishing to bring you, though, before our Bassmaster Live is over, and we'll be back to do that in just a moment.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
You know exactly what it is, Tommy Sanders. This day 2, Lake Seminole, Joey Cifuentes, no doubt about it. The one thing we were talking about it before the last commercial break, he has pretty much found his own little honey hole, little hidey hole that we got to see last tournament with Tyler Rivette. We are seeing a replay right now with Joey Cifuentes. A couple big late day catches. And the one thing you could say, Tommy, is here's what's been proven for sure. There are a lot of bass in a lot of these lakes throughout our country that are born offshore, die offshore, feed offshore. And Joey Cifuentes, you have showed us that today. You are the powerful replay of the day, my friend.
That was fantastic. Z, as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, one last Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Before we part for you on day 2, we'll cut the field in half. Top 50 will fish on day 3 for semifinal Saturday before we cut it to the top 10 on Sunday. And our eyes, we've mentioned it during the show today. They're 2 of the most picked fantasy fishermen I have seen in an event in the last couple years, over 50% for both of them. Drew Benton, 18th place currently on Bass Track, 31.7. Most likely safe tomorrow, but not safe as he's over 12 pounds behind the unofficial leaders right now. Wants to be much closer in contention with that. To think that you've got maybe 30 spots separated by 2 pounds yesterday, and he can only be 20 spots from the lead, less than that, and he's 12 pounds back. That is a big gap that the leaders are stretching out on one of the locals. And Drew Cook, like we mentioned it, the projected cut line is right where Drew Cook's at. He's in 36, though, on Bass Track. He will definitely want to get closer to 31 if he wants to try to stay in this game. While our eyes are on the locals, it's also on the cut line. A couple more minutes of fishing for some of these guys before we call it quits for the weekend. You've got some guys down here like Scott Martin and Matt Herring hovering just below that cut line with only 7-12 and 7-13 on their day. You've got Alex Wetherell, Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, with 4 fish today just below that cut. Some of these guys are going to be asking themselves, what could I have done a little different to catch 1 more pound, 2 more pounds, and be able to sneak into that cut? Meanwhile, we've got some of the guys just above it sweating as well. A couple guys who need it. Wes Logan, shaky start at the first event of the season, 64th in our Angler of the Year points right now. Luke Palmer in 50th, not a place that we normally see him in AOI. These guys want to make sure they make the cut so they can possibly move up 15, 20 spots tomorrow, because the weights will relatively be tight. We've got 8 ounces for 4 or 5 guys right here. The ability to move tomorrow for sure. You'll want to check out Bass Track even when we say bye to you guys in just a few minutes. For the next 30 minutes till the first flight checks in, you'll want to keep Bass Track up on your computer. And like Tommy said earlier in the day, the last flight doesn't check in till almost 5 o'clock today. So there'll be guys who had the late flight and got to capitalize on maybe an extra bite window that others did not have. So keeping our eyes on the locals and the cut line on Bass Track as it updates with every single fish catch, guys.
A lot of surprises down below that cut line right now. I mean, you're just shockers.
Yes, there are.
Some guys salvaging as well. Buddy Gross starting the week in 94th and, you know, catches 12 to 13 pounds early this morning. And can he be able to grow a little more to actually make his comeback worthwhile points-wise?
It just doesn't seem like there's anything weather-wise, and we talked about this with Tyler Rivette in the Kissimmee River. It doesn't seem like there's anything, unless somebody else is on that area. It just seems like what Joey Cifuentes is doing is kind of bulletproof.
The size of this area, you mentioned it before.
He said it's a big area. He said it's 300 to 400 yards, except, you know, it was really cool looking at what Davey showed us this morning with his Mega Live and the forest beneath the surface. Again, one of the big keys about this area, he said there is a big population of crappie, and you see a lot of guys with forward-facing sonar, whether it's Texas or here or wherever it's at. That is a big common connection in you know, some of these bigger schools, is that there's a big forage base of crappie. We've seen that for years. We've seen that for decades on Lake Fork, so it's not like that's a big secret. But the other thing, Tommy, that Joey Cifuentes told us yesterday was there was key magic trees that he could catch one out of, and he said the biggest key was there was 2 or 3 fish on the bottom that would, like we heard with Tyler Rivette, get in competition for his bait, that he could leave that exact tree, come back to it, and it would constantly reload. And that's obviously what we've seen here today with him.
Very much like the Kissimmee River with Rivette last week. Sounds like.
Word is from the water, our friend Pat from Straycast says David Fritz is catching them, bud, and his 21 might be lowballing it a little bit, so we could see him maybe challenge for the biggest bag of the day in the tournament.
Yeah, each of his fish is an even number, 4-0, 4-0, 5-0. So he's probably got some change lost in the translation.
Well, 2 winners from the past. Doing very, very well here. That would be cool to have them among the top 10.
Very, no doubt.
Yeah.
And when Iaconelli spins on his head, if we had Fritz on live as well, we could see if he would be willing to do that.
He can dance this thing off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Both of them.
I would like to hear some good sound from Fritz about he does utilize a flasher and how maybe how it plays out for him maybe differently than current sonar does when he's running down the lake and he sees a big jump on a grass line pops in or something. Maybe it's useful these days.
Good stuff around here, but
a lot of the old school flasher fishermen, besides it being completely, it is real time. But a lot of times with flasher fishermen, one of the big keys of and benefits of a flasher is when it gives you a double echo, it will show you a hard bottom. You know, if you're on a lake that has a lot of silt, a lot of mud bottom, that double echo on an old school flasher will show you where those hard bottoms are, which obviously all the offshore tournaments we cover, a hard bottom is a big connection. There was Jeff Coble from North Carolina telling me that a while back, Tommy, about 30 years ago. Remember?
Well, that's handy.
Pretty decent offshore fisherman.
Yeah.
How many acres did you say Lay Lake was, Tommy, earlier?
Suits claimed it was
12,000.
12,000.
Well, we might, if we can do an Elite Series event there with 104 anglers, we can maybe go to Fritz's stomping grounds, a High Rock Lake and a old school. Yeah. Jeff Coble's fished there plenty as well. 15 to 16,000 acres, obviously depending on when you go.
How big's Wiley?
I would say it's bigger.
Not much bigger than that, is it?
Acreage-wise, maybe. It's just stretched out much farther than High Rock is.
Kind of.
It says it's 13 to 14,000, so it's a little smaller, I guess, how much you count of the Yadkin River for High Rock, but both those lakes, special place in my heart growing up in that region.
So I shared a screenshot of my story yesterday.
I'm hearing voices.
Tommy, you on TikTok again?
Yeah, that's me constantly.
That looks like some giants. They are. Do what? I'm gonna come back out here. I'm gonna stay out here all day. Definitely not gonna run shallow, try anything like that. I mean, I say that, you never know, but I'm just gonna fish the conditions and hopefully get a few big bites out here doing what I've been doing the last couple days. I mean, it's definitely subject to change, but just keep an open mind and stay positive and fish hard. See what happens.
When we started out today, we didn't have a lot to get us really excited, although this fellow right here had lost a good one, Joey Cifuentes, and then he caught a couple of really good ones.
No doubt, Tommy Sanders, and really looking at semifinal Saturday on FS1, it should be a very, very interesting event that's transpiring because really he is in the driver's seat, no doubt. He has caught them way more consistently with a much better average size than the rest of the anglers we covered on camera today. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of Ike and Ellie. I think we're going to have, the great thing is, I think we're going to have a lot of diversity going into the weekend on exactly how these guys are catching them on Lake Seminole.
That's exactly what we're always looking for, very much looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow we will, of course, be coming to you first right out of the box on Fox Sports 1, FS1. That coverage is going to start at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, as we have started every day in this tournament. The weigh-in starts right here, 3:30 Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com. Don't forget about that. Write it down. Big day today. Only the 50 will make it to semifinal Saturday, and that's a big, big weigh-in. Dave Mercer will be calling them as he sees them, and we'll see those real weights when they put them on the scales. So much fun having you with us today on Bassmaster Live. See you tomorrow, 8 a.m., Fox Sports 1.